just pray that you'll guide us all in our deliberations tonight, guide us in what we say and do. We just thank you for all this in Jesus' name, amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. There'll be a couple of people recording tonight, so just if you have a problem with being recorded, just let them know, so they can maybe not zoom in on you or something, I don't know. I'm going to ask that we waive the reading of the minutes from last month. There's copies up here. If anybody wants a copy of the minutes, you're welcome to have them. I'll second. Yeah, I better make some. Okay. All in favor? I'll second waiving the reading of the minutes. Everybody in favor? Aye. Okay. Okay, I guess we'll go straight into the matter why most people are here tonight.
Fair enough. So, hello everyone. My name is James Brando. I'm a solicitor for the Mifflin Township Board of Supervisors. The reason that I am here tonight is that we have a land use application that requires conditional use approval. Conditional use approval is determined by the Board of Supervisors. As the name suggests, for conditional use approval, the supervisors can provide for conditions on the use necessary to protect the public health, safety, and welfare. The way we are going to conduct this is that the applicant will have an opportunity to present first. However, before we begin, there are a few preliminary matters that we'll want to get out of the way. The first thing that we'll want to ask is if anyone wants to be named as a party to this matter. If you're a party to this matter, you would receive a copy of the decision. You would also have the ability to appeal any determinations in the event that you wish to do so. That would be your call. Is there anyone who wishes to be a party?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, before the hearing proceeds, I'd like to be formally enter my appearance and request party request under section 9083 of the Pennsylvania Municipalities Planning Code. I'm an owner of property immediately adjacent to the proposed data center property, directly and substantially affected by that application, and I'm requesting to be recognized as a party to this proceeding. I'd like the right to participate fully, including presenting evidence, cross-examining witnesses, submitting exhibits, making legal arguments, and preserving my right to appeal. I ask that my appearance and request for party status be entered into the record for tonight, and the board roll on my request. If denied, also put on the record the reasons why.
Okay, gentlemen, so we do have a request for someone to be joined as a party. The applicant for that request has indicated that she has an adjacent parcel that would be affected by the property. Ordinarily, the procedure would be for you to make a motion to accept her as a party, and I would, under these circumstances, recommend that motion.
I'll make that motion that we have Kristen Chapin as the party for this procedure.
Is there a second for that motion?
I'll second that.
Okay.
Excuse me,
Is
could
there an
I-
objection?
Yes, good evening, Deborah Shulsky with the firm of Riley, Raker, Hanukkah, here on behalf of the applicant. Just quick question, may I ask of?
With regards to her status as an applicant?
Yes, I would like to know whether she received notice from the township regarding the hearing, individual notice.
I did not receive individual notice.
Ma'am, can you state your first and last name for the record?
Kristen Chapin,
Can you spell your last name?
CHAPIN.
Thank you. And when you say you're adjacent to, what is the distance of your property?
The distance from where, and I don't know, it's within a mile, and I'm affected by all of this.
But you're not adjacent to the property.
I'm next to where it is and probably where it will be, yes.
When you say
It's
next to
affected.
it, you're on the other side of Interstate 80, is that correct?
I'm asking for acceptance, and it's up to them.
And I'm just gonna maintain an objection on the record. She did not receive notice as required under the ordinance. The ordinance provides for standing if you live in close proximity to the property and you have a great interest. Your ordinance dictates what that proximity is, which is adjacent, it's very
note the objection for the record. Certainly the board has the right to consider that objection. I think my counsel on this would still be to name Ms. Chapin as a party, and leave up to the Court of Common Pleas whether or not she would be an appropriate party.
Right.
So we have a motion, we have a second.
All in favor?
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Ms. Chapin, you'll be named a party. That means that you will have the right to participate, engage in cross-examination, present evidence.
Thank you.
Okay, and just a few more housekeeping matters before we begin. There was a determination made by the Mifflin Township Planning Commission with regards to their recommendation. They recommended approval with the following conditions. 1, compliance with the application plans, that the applicant will develop, construct, and operate the project in substantial conformity with the conditional use application and the plan set dated June 5th, 2026. 2, compliance with the current ordinance. The application shall be reviewed and approved pursuant to the Township zoning ordinance as most recently enacted and in effect at the time of final action by the Board of Supervisors per the agreement of the applicants. Such ordinance being ordinance 2026-5-11 of Mifflin Township. 3, compliance with applicant commitments. The applicant shall comply with all representations, commitments, stipulations, and conditions offered by the applicant during testimony before the Planning Commission and reflected in the record of proceedings. That record was kept by court reporter, and I would recommend that record be made and ultimately appended as an exhibit to this proceeding.
Do you need that as a motion right now, or? Just,
Well, at the end of it,
At the end.
we'll keep a note. All right. Compliance with additional conditions offered by the applicant. The applicant shall comply with the conditions and commitments identified in the submission of Ricky Brown, also a part of the transcript from the Planning Commission meeting, to the extent accepted and modified during the hearing process, including any conditions subsequently incorporated into the approval by the Board of Supervisors. Those conditions shall include, but not be limited to, A, a requirement to use public utilities for water and sewer connections. B, completion of an archaeology study and all other pre-construction requirements agreed to in the testimony as a condition upon issuance. C, no well shall be drilled. D, no private septic system shall be maintained. E, appropriate sound buffers shall be provided, but not sound walls. And F, generators shall only be test run one at a time and only during daylight hours. For item 5, aid in road improvements, the applicant shall comply with its offer concerning improvements, reconstruction, repair, or upgrading of Aiton Road, with precise scope and implementation details be reduced to writing and incorporated in any final approval issued by the Board of Supervisors. 6, generator location and operation. Emergency generators shall be located and operated in accordance with the applicant's testimony and representations presented during the hearing process, again, part of that transcript. 7, noise mitigation. The applicant shall comply with its testimony regarding noise mitigation measures. The Planning Commission acknowledges the applicant's agreement that a sound wall will not be required. However, screening and buffering measures represented by the applicant shall be installed and maintained as described in the hearing record provided in the transcript. 8, stormwater management. Stormwater detention, management facilities, impervious coverage calculations related to engineering matters shall be reviewed and approved during the land development process and shall comply with all applicable township, county, and Pennsylvania Department of Environmental Protection requirements. 9, operational summary submission prior to the issuance of any zoning permit, building permit, land development approval, or other township approval, as may be applicable. The applicant shall submit a detailed operational summary reviewed by the township. At a minimum, the summary shall identify the maximum electrical load and total megawatt capacity of the facility, the anticipated maximum daily water usage, the anticipated maximum annual water usage, the number, size, and operational characteristics of the principal facilities, buildings, and equipment be installed and operated on the property, and such additional information as may be reasonably necessary for the township to verify ongoing compliance with the representations, testimony, and plans presented during the conditional use proceedings. The operational summary shall be consistent with the testimony, plans, and materials presented by the applicant during the conditional use hearing, and any material deviation therefrom shall require township review and approval. provided, however, that modifications to impervious area or specific site locations and plan elements shall be subject to revision during the subdivision and land development process as appropriate. 10, stormwater management, the applicant shall design, construct, operate, and maintain all stormwater management facilities in compliance with all applicable federal, state, county, and township regulations, permits, and requirements. The applicant shall implement appropriate best management practices to control stormwater runoff, minimize erosion, sedimentation, and protect water quality. All stormwater management plans, related engineering documents shall be subject to review and approval by the township engineer as part of the land development process. 11, engineering review escrow. The applicant shall reimburse the township for all reasonable necessary engineering review, inspection, and consultation costs incurred by the township in connection with the review, administration, inspection, and enforcement of this approval, including review of stormwater management facilities, land development plans, and related submissions in accordance with applicable law and township requirements. 12, neighboring residential setback waiver, notwithstanding any setback, buffer, screening, or separation distance established as a condition of the approval. Applicant may modify such requirement with respect to a particular adjoining residential property upon receipt of the written approval of the affected property owner and the approval of the township. Any such modification shall be documented and maintained as part of the township's records. 13, other permits and approvals. The applicant shall obtain and maintain all federal, state, county, and local permits, approvals, and authorizations required for construction and operation of the project. And finally, 14, compliance with law. The applicant shall comply with all applicable provisions of Mifflin Township zoning ordinance, subdivision and land development ordinance, and all other applicable local, state, and federal laws and regulations. Being voted upon unanimously. I would request that the same be accepted as the township's exhibit 1 being the decision, that the deposition transcript, along with all exhibits, be accepted as exhibit 2, which all will be provided to the court reporter by the conclusion, and that the full application of the applicant that was provided be accepted as township 3. That's the application, not the additional application that has to present that. I would request the motion for that.
I'll make that motion. All in favor? Aye.
Aye. Question.
Yes.
Number 2, compliance with ordinance.
Yes, sir.
That is the old ordinance. Is there anything, or was there anything mentioned about compliance to the new ordinance?
Yes, that was the representation that the applicant first served to the prior planning commission. They approved the
So that's basically going to be on record
Yes.
and a written part of the record that if it's in the new ordinance, they're going to comply with it.
That's the recommendation on this, that's the
But is that acceptable? I mean, they're going to go by the.
That's for you to determine. At this time, just looking to get the documents.
But they've stated that they're going to comply with the balance of the new ordinance.
That is my understanding, but if you have any questions on that, you can certainly question under the course of their presentation.
Okay, well, what I've got to remind you, I'll bring that question.
That's not a problem.
Because my question is, we're a week away from the new ordinance going into effect, and we got this out. So I did not want this to be seen as a circumvention of the intent of the supervisors and the community. Thank you.
No worries, but that being said, we do have a motion on the floor, we have 2 approvals of question, do we have?
The question is answered, third approval is here.
Okay, all right. I believe the motion carries. Okay, at this time, with those preliminary matters out of the way, I will note the township did receive a letter, I believe, from Ms. Chapin, but in that she is here today and will be presenting as a party and will be engaged in cross-examination, I'm not going to introduce that to the record because she'll have the opportunity to do so herself. No further ado, I believe it will be the applicant's turn to make the presentation.
Hi, Dan, good evening, Deborah Shinsky on behalf of the applicant. Also with me this evening is Steve Rowley and more without River. We also have our civil engineer, Dredge, and we have our sound consultant, Dan Newell. In addition, we have the landowner who's represented by counsel, Attorney Lucius. As you know, we're here tonight to review data center, which we're gonna get into all the details this evening. To answer, your question up front, I do wanna confirm that the applicant has committed to and will accept as a condition of approval that they will be complying with all the terms of the new ordinance. In fact, most of our testimony tonight is gonna be showing you exactly how we're walking through and demonstrating compliance with the new ordinance, subject to a few items that will be provided as the further design is done at the time of land development. So there has been a commitment by Outrigger to comply almost entirely with that ordinance. Some things will just be done later on in the process, but I think you'll see tonight that we have a lot of pre-marked exhibits we're gonna be going through the course of the presentation, which will show how much effort they've already put into in terms of demonstrating compliance with your new ordinance.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So, before we get started with swearing in the witnesses and with the formal testimony, I do have some pre-marked exhibits so that you can follow along with us. That would have been.
Everyone please be mindful of
Yeah.
the floor.
So the first witness will be Steve Rowley.
Will you raise your right hand? Do solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you state your name and business address for the record?
Steve Rowley, 12600 Deerfield Parkway, Alpharetta, Georgia, 30004.
And with whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm a co-founder and managing partner of Outrigger Industrial, I run the East Coast for the company.
And you're authorized to appear here this evening and testify on behalf of Outrigger, is that correct?
I am.
And is Outrigger Industrial Acquisition LLC the equitable owner of approximately 62.63 acres of real property located west of Interstate 80 and partially bisected by Atten Road pursuant to an agreement of sale, which I have marked as Exhibit A3?
Yes.
And referring to Exhibit A4, which is an aerial plan prepared by Langen, can you kind of generally describe and identify the property as well as the surrounding area?
Yeah, so the 62 or 68 acres is bounded by I-80 on this side, the fertilizer chemical company up here, sort of 339 here. The power lines run on the south side of the property, and then there's a farm down here, and then, like I said, I-80's here. It's sort of this general area here.
And the engineer's gonna go into much greater detail as to the specific details of the application and plan itself. But can you kind of generally describe for the board and for the public what's being proposed this evening?
Yeah, so we're proposing a 400,000 square foot, okay, so 400,000 square foot data center here runs essentially parallel to I-80. You're gonna have parking on both sides of the building. We're gonna have a landscaping buffer that runs around almost the entire property. Again, as I mentioned, the power lines run right here, and so there'll be a substation and a switching yard that handle kind of the power. And then Ayton Road is going to be relocated, and we're gonna improve Ayton Road, but Ayton Road is gonna kind of run as you can see it on here. And you know, as part of the data center, we're targeting about 250 megawatts. We're still designing it, so it's not final design. And that's typical because there's lots of different kinds of data centers, and I know we'll get into that in a second. But you know, that's kind of how we've designed it. From a sound standpoint, we are going to try to minimize the sound as much as we can. So for sure, we're going to have screening around the generator areas and, some of the mechanical yards. We probably, even though before we said we're not gonna be forced to do a sound wall, we might have to do that in certain circumstances, and we're totally on board with that. So if that's what is required, we're willing to step up and do that. So, and again, I'll just go on record, like, we are 100% thinking of this as the new ordinance. So we're not like, hey, where are the loopholes in the old ordinance so we can sneak into the new ordinance? Like, we're not trying to do that at all. It's in the new ordinance, we wanna talk about it, and let's figure out how to obey those rules.
And the conditional use process that's currently before the board now, you understand that that's just the first step in a very long reviews and other approvals that are required should the board grant this application, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. So this is sort of the, 20, 30 yard line. We still have, 70 yards to go, and that's finalizing the design. And again, that's working with the municipality the whole time. That's applying for the correct permits. That's doing what we're saying we're gonna do. And so like the landscaping and buffering and all of that, I mean, this, what you see here is our current plan. And we're really trying to minimize the impact to the neighborhood and to the area. If we can do something to minimize it, that's what we're trying to do.
And just for the record, Exhibit A5 is just a list of all of the various third-party agency permits and approvals that are required. The plan that Steve has been referring to is marked as Exhibit A7, which is a rendered version of the conditional use plan. And I believe you mentioned this earlier, but you said that the more design is forthcoming at the time of land development. Is it likely that through the course of the actual design, there may be some modifications to the building itself and to some of the location of the proposed improvements?
Yeah, absolutely. So, we don't know exactly where everything is going on the footprint, but this is, roughly the footprint that we have here. We're not gonna get bigger than this. And I know we talked a little bit about permits. I mean, there's probably, 6 to 10 new permits that we're gonna have to do as part of the normal land development permitting process. And within each of those permits, there's like tons and tons of things that we have to abide by. So we're stipulating to that, and we're gonna follow the rules. And Tom and his team are gonna have to fill out a lot of paperwork, but we're gonna follow the, what is required by the city and state. And yeah, but we don't know exactly, are the generators gonna be here or here, or are everybody gonna park over here? We've got a guard station right here. Is that gonna be here? Is it gonna be a little bit further up? I don't know exactly where that is. But I think this gives you a pretty good idea of what it ultimately is gonna look like.
But regardless of the modifications, and we'll get into some of the specifics again in the setbacks, but you're still gonna comply with, even if the building is slightly relocated, you're still gonna be compliant with the setback requirements under the new ordinance, correct?
Yes.
Can you explain to the board why you chose this particular site and why you think it's well suited for the proposed data center?
Yeah, I mean, we talked about that a little bit in the multiple meetings we've had before, so it's a little bit of a broken record, but so one, it's already zoned industrial, and it's been zoned industrial for a really long time. The Schaefers have owned it, and it was designed to have this sort of a use, even though data centers weren't as prevalent 40 or 50 years ago. Industrial use, along I-80 with some, what I would call dirtier type neighbors, that's what zoning is for, and that's why this is a good location for it. You've got the fertilizer and chemical distribution up here, you've got this drop yard down here, and running along I-80 where trucks are going back and forth all day long, all night long. That's why we chose it. And then probably the most important thing is that the power lines run adjacent to the property. So from a distribution standpoint, it's really easy to just go from this, this distribution line straight into the building versus eminent domain and going through lots of neighbors' yards and kind of, fighting the process to get it ultimately to the building. This is about as simple as it gets.
And I'm sure you're very well aware that data centers are pretty hot button right now. Can you generally explain what a data center is and some background on history and why this building, in your opinion, is going to be different than some of the other ones we heard about in the news?
Yeah, so, obviously data centers lately have gotten a lot of bad press. All the data center is, from like the outside building part, is essentially a big warehouse. And then what goes inside of it There's very specialized computers and servers and technology that solve problems. So kind of on the lower, less intensive side, it could just be housing information. So you guys have insurance through Aetna or Cardinal Health, and it keeps all of the medical records, and it can run reports and do analysis on all of those data records. So that's kind of on the easy side, or it could be a bank, and the bank has all the financial records, and it's kind of keep them all together. Going to the other side, which sometimes gets the bad rap, is sort of the AI, artificial intelligence, ChatGPT, kind of heavier or more intensive data crunching stuff. But like for me, that's the really cool part. I mean, that's how cancer is going to get solved. That's how a ton of medical stuff right now is getting solved. That's how technology is changing. And even though like technology changes and that's scary, we're so lucky to have the technology. And I'm excited for what this data center actually will produce and how it's going to change all of our lives. So I totally believe in it. And when you look at this impact versus another type of industrial use. So instead of putting really expensive computers and servers in here, this could be, by right, it could be an industrial warehouse. So you could have hundreds of trucks and hundreds of cars coming in and out of this thing every single day, loud, a lot more smog, a lot more congestion along the the interstate, a lot more congestion at the intersection, which people care about. And then you're looking down at trucks backing up all day long. So from a developer who does industrial buildings, this absolutely is a great solution and a great option. And we'll talk about some of the other positive things as well.
It actually kind of leads into if there are any other community benefits in terms of tax revenue or permitting, building permit fees that would that would also be in conjunction with these issues.
Yeah, so I mean, I kind of mentioned already, traffic. Now look, admittedly, nobody loves construction. Okay, so during the construction, it's a little annoying, but whether this gets built here or an office building gets built next door or something else, there's always going to be a little bit of headache with construction. We'll do our best to minimize the impact to everybody, and we'll follow the rules while we're doing the construction. But after the construction's finished, you're talking about, so one, traffic is going to be minimal. So you're not having trucks coming in and out of here all day long, all night long. You will have some deliveries, you will have new servers, new computers that come in, old computers that leave. You'll have probably 100, 50 to 150 employees is kind of what we're projecting. So that's not very many employees, and these jobs are actually pretty high paying, good blue and white collar jobs. So absolutely will help the surrounding area. Those jobs will then pay for hotels, pay for food, pay for more retail, and help grow kind of the general area of Mifflinville. So that's traffic. Number two, public services. So if you were to take this and turn this into multifamily or a bunch of single family homes, not that bad, but you got a lot of fire, you've got a lot of police, you've got a lot of impact on the schools, okay? And so you've got all of those sometimes negative things that come along, burdens that come along with lots of people that a municipality has to absorb and figure out the solution to. For a data center, you don't really have any of that. I mean, you have a little bit of fire that we're willing to absolutely coordinate. This is gonna be a lockdown facility, so there'll be a guard shack there, and security is super important to them. So that from a police impact, it's essentially nothing. From a job standpoint, I said this before, so it's gonna take a couple of years to actually build the building. And so that means grading, that means material procurement, that means actually building the building, it means spending money on the roads. So there's gonna be construction jobs for a couple of years. And then after that, I said the permanent jobs of 50 to 150 jobs will be here sort of long term. And again, high paying, good quality jobs. And the last thing is tax revenue. So data centers are just candidly a cash cow for the city. Okay, right now, this property is paying about $3,500 a year in taxes. Okay, once this building is finished, and I'm gonna go on the low end. Okay, let's say the building is assessed at $100 million. Again, I think it's gonna be worth a lot more than that. But at $100 million, the all-in annual tax benefit is gonna be about $7.2 million. Okay, and that's split up between the county, the township, and the schools. So you guys want better schools, you want your teachers paid more, you want better things in the schools, this is exactly what you should have versus a warehouse versus an office building versus sort of anything else, it absolutely goes to the bottom line, and that ultimately increases property values as well. On top of that, we're gonna be doing sewer and water improvements to the area here, which could benefit some additional businesses that are around here. We're gonna be upgrading some of the lift stations or some of the sewer system. And so that's gonna go to the benefit of the city and the surrounding area, as well as we're gonna be paying permit fees during the construction process and application process and all that. But from a tax standpoint, getting that 5, 6, 7 million, 10 million a year over time is super, super beneficial for the city.
And you already testified that you're committed to complying with the terms of the new ordinance, which we have one package of Exhibit 8. One of the requirements of the new ordinance is compliance with certain setback requirements. And referring to a plan that Langland prepared dated June 5th, 2026, which is what this Exhibit 8, it's the setback plan. Could you just
Oh, this one.
So could you just, generally describe where the closest setbacks are on that plan?
Oh, okay, so, these colors here are a little hard to see, but, these are all of the setbacks that exist. So to the Aiton Farm is 1,250 feet, to the property line down here is over 1,000. To the Jehovah's Witness is 500 feet, to this next, house over here is 709. So I think those are the majority of this. And they all conform with the new ordinance.
And did the landowner execute a waiver for the 1,000-foot setback required from residential properties?
They did.
And that's marked in the board's package as Exhibit 810. How tall can the data center be under the Mifflin Township's data center ordinance? How tall is it going to be as proposed?
Yeah, so 65 feet, and I think, it says there's certain exceptions, it can be 70. So we're targeting that 65 feet, but in all reality, the building will be shorter than that. That's what the new ordinance allows.
And once we get to the civil engineer's testimony, we'll be providing cross view showing what the building would look like, correct?
Yep.
What does the applicant intend with respect to landscaping?
Yeah, so the first thing is, we'll work with the city on, what the city is gonna require, but at a minimum, on our side, we're going to do a berm and a buffer around the property where we can. And so, as you can see here, there's probably some areas that'll have double kind of tree area, and then, there'll be landscaping, obviously, around the whole building, around the whole building, around the whole site. We'll run, landscaping along I-80 and then kind of running down this way as well.
And I believe you mentioned earlier when you were generally describing this site with respect to the those generators, that they're not intended to be used for primary power, but for emergency, correct?
Yes, correct. So, so there will be generators that kind of run on this side and generators that run on this side. And, right now we're at 250 megawatts. And so that, I think the sound study that we did, was for 70 generators, and they can stack them, so they're not huge. These things stack and can be along each side, but typically the generators are 3 to 4 megawatts.
And the specific size and the ultimate quantity of the generators will be determined during the land development process, is that correct?
Correct, yeah, but 250 is kind of what we're anticipating, but we're not designing this facility to just generate its own power for days and days and days and weeks and months. We're not gonna be doing any on-site, it's primarily for testing and then emergency generation if the power goes out.
And do you know how often the generators need to be run for the testing purposes?
It depends on the type of generator, and I know this is just maybe one little tweak to what we talked about in the planning commission. Sometimes instead of one generator at the same time, you have to, there's like 4 of them that are in a cluster, and so you would run all 4 of those together. But from a maintenance standpoint, we're committed to doing that during the day, and even if we were running all of the generators at the same time, we will be below the sound ordinance.
And will you follow whatever the maintenance schedule is as recommended by the manufacturer?
Yes.
Is it your understanding that the data center ordinance requires certain maintenance and operational standards
for data center use as detailed in the new ordinance, section 436.37.
It does, and we will follow them and work with the city to make sure they're up to speed and we have good communication.
And there's also a requirement for annual reporting, as well as inspection, safety audits, and decommissioning if there's abandonment, correct?
Yep, yes,
And did you prepare a conceptual decommissioning and recommendation plan, which is marked as Exhibit A12?
yes,
And does that plan, among other things, commit Outrigger to providing some reasonable form of financial security to secure and guarantee decommissioning should that be an issue in the future?
yes,
And the data center ordinance also suggests community engagement during the data center development process. Has the community been engaged throughout the ordinance process?
it has, and, you know, we'd like to thank everyone that has put input in. I know not everyone's super supportive of it, but we have gotten some, positive feedback, and we've made some of those changes.
And you were present when the planning commission discussed this application, correct?
Yes,
The planning commission made a favorable recommendation, subject to the conditions that Attorney Brander read into the record, correct?
yes,
I'm just gonna walk you through those, just to confirm once again for everybody that, you know, what you're agreeable to do. Are you agreeable for the planning commission recommendation to repave all of, these roads from the property to Route 339, to be designed in conjunction with supervisor approval at the time of land development?
yes,
And will an archaeological study be done at the time of land development?
yes,
Will there be any wells drilled and, the private septic will be used, is that correct?
correct,
Sound buffers will be installed to mitigate noise impact, correct?
yep, I think we talked about that before, we're gonna have screening and, different sound measures.
And you said several times, but just to confirm again, generators will be tested only during the daytime hours.
Correct,
And I believe you clarified that there may be some of them may be tested at the same time, but it'll be in accordance with maintenance guidelines provided by the manufacturer, and will still be fully compliant with the rules ordinance, is that correct?
correct,
Prior building permit approval, will you provide the operational summary detailing the maximum electrical load and the megawatt capacity of the facility, as well as the anticipated daily annual water usage, and details about principal improvements of the property, including the size and operational characteristics?
yes, we will give you lots of information.
And then stormwater will be designed in accordance with all applicable ordinance requirements, as well as the requirements at the time of land development, correct?
Yes,
And then finally, you agree to provide, whatever the reasonable engineering escrow is with the township to ensure reimbursement of the township fees for their consultants.
yes,
Did the planning commission also recommend, as part of their, recommendation, authorize the waiver of the setback to the distance that Carl Schaefer executed?
yes,
And lastly, are you agreeable to working with the board of supervisors during the course of the land development approval should the board grant this application with respect to community host agreement?
yes.
That's all the questions I have.
Thank you, counsel. At this time, there being a party involved, party would have the right to cross-examine the witness, so just hold still for now. And, Ms. Chapin can go ahead and provide any cross-examination she would like. Of course, I should mention, if the board has any questions of the witness at any time, you're free to follow up and ask the question. You don't have any obligation to go further.
Can you come up here, please?
Okay, so the first question I have is, who will be the operator of the facility?
It's unknown yet who the end user is.
Per section 1101B7 of the conditional use zoning ordinance, the written statement must identify the applicant, landowner, developer, and the person or organization that will operate the conditional use. You're coming here as a developer, we don't know who's gonna buy it from you, right? So everything that you're saying, you're, as a developer, saying about an operator, per our own zoning ordinance, it requires that the operator be listed, therefore you're not meeting the requirements of the ordinance.
What's their question?
The question is, who is the operator? You said you don't know. To duly file an application under conditional use application,
Just to be clear, ma'am, this is sort of where you get to question the witness.
that was the question.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I understand, I
Okay.
appreciate that, but just don't wanna end up in a scenario where you provide testimony and you will have your opportunity as a
Okay.
party.
Okay, so that's the question. So we don't know who the operator is. Okay. In addition to that, what was the date that you provided the supervisor of the township with all of the impact analysis that you just handed me and everybody else in this meeting? When did you supply that to the township?
I can answer that. I mean, typically, with conditional use hearing, we don't submit our exhibits to the time of the hearing, that's when the board's supposed to be reviewing it. As a courtesy, and we've been doing this more recently, providing exhibits in advance. So we did just submit them probably late in the day on Friday, so it wasn't much time.
I would argue that for these things not to be included in this testimony, there was no time to review this. I just went through and I'm trying to really quickly go through this whole thing. What was originally submitted in your application is what went to the planning committee and then what everyone reviewed for this meeting. It is not reasonable to approve this without our engineers for the Mifflin Township to review these things, so.
And, questions, please. I
Okay.
understand your.
Let her talk, let her talk.
No. Hear me out. She will have her opportunity to present, but right now it's questioning the witnesses, they get through their presentation, and she can provide her own.
Okay, so, yep.
Yeah, maybe I should clarify, so when you asked about operator, the end user is the end user. But between now and when land development occurs, we're still absolutely involved.
You're not the operator though, correct? That's my question. Yes or no?
We are the operator until we
You
get to.
will operate this plant, that's what it means.
Between now and the land development, we are absolutely the operator.
When this data center goes into effect, will you be operating it, yes or no?
I've said before, the end user is going to be a larger,
You said no, that you will not be the operator. Is that the end, when this starts, will you and these people be operating, yes or no?
we are gonna be involved through the land development.
Yes or no, will you operate this? Will your firm operate the data center?
I don't know if we will or not.
Okay, so there's no operator, okay, yep. In addition, we're standing here and we're talking about this will be submitted, that will be submitted, some of these things that you're speaking to are required within our ordinance now, so some of those things are not really submitted. So I'm just asking questions now, correct? What was the, official date that the data center ordinance went into effect? It's not enacted into effect, what was the date?
I don't know if that's really the question.
It's relevant whether we should be here or not, it's to the board,
It's a question to the witness, and you can answer it if you know. So
I don't know the exact date.
Okay.
We can follow up.
But the point being is that you may actually fall under the data center ordinance, not the conditional use application for the law and the way that things were submitted. Okay, so what you submitted in the application, stated.
Wait, are you saying you want us to follow the old ordinance?
I'm saying that, yes, you should apply on, right? That's my point, but this,
You want us to follow the old ordinance?
You're saying that you're going to,
No, we're saying we're following the new ordinance.
or the new ordinance, is what you should have applied on, possibly, is what I'm saying. Okay, yep, I meant the new ordinance. Okay, so then, what you submitted in your site plan, it's 401 of the data center ordinance. Your sheet CS 101 reference 404, those is the wrong section of the ordinance, so that was essentially putting your plans into the wrong section. Is that correct?
I don't know if the typo was there or was the wrong number. I think we know what we're trying to submit here.
Do your plans have existing utilities, water mains, culverts, transmission lines, fire hydrants, landscaping screen, fencing, erosion control, and complete building floor plan, yes or no?
Pretty, we've tried to show that pretty well here without it being fully designed. But yeah, I think most of those components that you.
Are all of those components on there? Are water mains on there?
Yes.
Are culverts on there?
Yeah, I think we,
I'm asking specific questions.
And some of these questions may be more appropriate for our engineer.
Whoever wants to answer.
Well, he's-
Let
he has to
me be
testify.
very clear, if the witness knows the answer, he can provide the answer, if the witness doesn't know the answer, he can say he doesn't know the answer. That way we don't have to, if there's a question that's not known, that we move on and present the witness that can answer the questions.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I think these are all questions, so that we should respond.
Okay, let's see. Track boundaries, bearing, and distance, are they on the site? All of them?
appliances, I don't know what that means.
Okay. Existing utilities,
I think our civil will talk about that.
water mains,
Okay, I don't know which plans, I don't know.
okay, culvert,
Our civil can talk about that.
transmission lines,
They are on here.
fire hydrants,
Fire hydrants on the property.
landscaping, screening, fencing, erosion controls,
Yes.
and complete building floor plans.
Again, this is our best guess right now, so this could change.
Okay, so that's the guess, understood. So, within the application, it stated that it would be a 400 square foot data center, well, the site plan said 397,580. What is the exact size of that center?
Again, 397,000 or 400,000 are about the same. So until we know exactly where the wall is going, that's kind of our best guess, but the plan showed 397,500.
Which is inconsistent, the numbers on that, but which is just saying, you know, exactly what the price is.
I think it's kind of like you saying you live adjacent to the property, and you don't.
Okay, well, that's for them to decide, right? Okay, so then, you know the exact number of employees that will be working on the site.
I don't know the exact number, we gave an estimate earlier of 50 to 100.
Okay, do you know the exact number of parking spaces you would need for that number of employees?
I know how many we have on the plan right now, which is 156.
But is that consistent with the employee count that would be needed?
Yes.
You earlier said it's between this number, say 50 and 100, you don't know the number of
No,
employees.
we designed it to handle the correct number of employees.
What's the correct number of employees exactly? Do you have that figured out yourself?
No, I think the civil will give you more detail on that.
Okay, so you've established adequate access for Aiken Road, impacts, improvements, construction traffic, roadway capacity, and emergency vehicle access. And you're not deferring that till those critical things till later, are all those things defined in your plan and on your site map?
Yeah, we've committed to improving Aiken Road.
How?
We talked about it during the planning commission will build it up to the city's standard. And we've gotten that standard and that's included.
You have the impact on the exact construction traffic, what the roadway capacity is, and emergency vehicle access, all of those studies were done?
I know we're designing it to the code.
So. So you talked about earlier on the data center ordinance versus, right, you said that you would like to comply with that. Are you saying that you will comply with every section exactly as the new data center ordinance is written? I was reading through the decommissioning plan, it's not word for word what it actually is in the data center ordinance. So you're stating under oath in this meeting that you are to comply with every single part of the data center ordinance.
Yeah, that's our intention and I
Is
think
it your intention or is it what you're going to do?
it's what we're gonna do, but I think there is in any sort of development, in any sort of new project, there's working with the township, okay? So if we submit this and the township actually wants us to move the road over 5 feet, does that mean we're not following exactly the submission? Because we're working with the township, but we're gonna listen to what they say. So there might be something that we submit and then where it ends up being is ultimately kind of what we agree on, but that's how every single project works. You always work with the municipality, but we're absolutely committing to that. We're also committing to following the new ordinance, not the old ordinance, the new ordinance, and that's exactly how we're gonna build this. And probably go above and beyond what a lot of the stuff in the ordinance actually is.
So you applied under conditional use, right? And now you're saying you're going to also be under the data center ordinance, so you're actually gonna be under two ordinances.
No, I know people try and keep saying that, and that's not true. We have said from the beginning, from the entire time, we are following the new ordinance. You know, we worked with you in good faith, And you had a lot of those ideas that we put into the new ordinance and worked with the commissioners to get that new thing put together. And I'm a little surprised that now you're coming back and like pushing back on a lot of stuff that you yourself put into there that we are actually following. So now that we're following it, you're still not happy.
No, you didn't apply under it.
Just a little bit of decorum as far as how this works. So she'll ask questions, you'll provide, I understand it was essentially an answer, but I don't want to turn this into an antagonistic thing. Let's just do question, answer, questions, answer. And when we're done with the witness, then his counsel has an opportunity to do that.
So then I'll be back and be able to prove my
You
statement otherwise.
don't get to talk to
Right.
him again or ask him questions again, but you get to present your own case. You can call anyone as witnesses if you want, or present any evidence you want after their report.
Okay, go ahead,
Is there any redirect, counsel, or?
No, I don't think so. I have a question.
There's, I appreciate that, but public comment will occur. That will be after both parties have presented. The supervisors then have an obligation to hear public comment from the community. That can include questions, and you can actually ask the applicant questions. That all comes in the end.
Thank you.
I did have a question on the generators. This is correct. What tier generators will they be?
Right now, we don't know exactly. We're looking at tier 3 and tier 4, and they typically run 3 megawatts to 4 megawatts.
Is the tier, and the tier that is what separates the emissions that we put out?
Yeah, I mean, there's a little bit of technology involved. It's not just purely emissions, but it's efficiency, and then it's also emissions related. The generators are going to be probably the most heavily regulated thing on the entire property. And so, again, if we're talking 3 to 4 megawatts, up to 250 megawatts, that's how you kind of get a rough count. But again, we don't know how many generators are going to be here because we're not designing this to run 24/7 off the generators. It's more just to sort of slow it down and power it down.
A question on the employees. You said 50 to 150? How many would normally work on a shift?
Yeah.
That's where the traffic.
Yeah, great question. So the reason it's not like 107, okay, the reason I can't give you one exact number is because I don't know how full this is gonna be, okay, and that's probably dumbing it down a little bit, like, I don't know what exactly the type of servers that are gonna be here. Some servers require, a lot more employees to be there in case one goes down, you gotta jump on it and swap it out really quick. If it's a lower intensity, so more like a data warehousing type facility, then you probably have less employees. And to answer your question, you're probably running 3 shifts. So if I say 150, you're probably running 3 50-person shifts, or maybe a little bit higher during the day, and the nighttime is a little bit less. But yeah, it could be 17 per shift, and that's how you get to the 50.
So that 150 decided or they split over 3 shifts, 7 days.
Correct. And again, like probably, more than like this around 24/7 we need for sure.
Second witness, I have a police Berman. No.
Yeah,
You solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Can you please present your name and background for the record, sir, just so the board has it.
So, my name is Tom Dredge. I'm a senior project engineer with Langen Engineering and Environmental Services.
You can proceed.
Thank you. And you're a professional engineer licensed in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, is that correct?
Yes, I am.
Referring to your CV, which is marked as exhibit 14, is that correct?
That's right.
And have you testified in municipal proceedings and been accepted as an expert witness in the field of civil engineering?
Yes, I have.
Does the board have any specific questions about his qualifications and credentials? We would request to have him accepted as an expert in witness in civil engineering.
Very
so I'll start with the building itself. It's already been discussed, it's about a little under 400,000 square foot footprint, running parallel to Interstate 80. In addition to the building, we have some conceptual stormwater management facilities shown on the site. There's 3 on the northern portion of the site and 1 in the south, a larger basin in the southwest corner. These are conceptual at this point and would be fully designed during the land development process. Between the building and the larger stormwater basin, Steve's already pointed out, there's a substation and switching area where the existing PPL transmission lines would connect into and then into the building from there. On either the north, I'll call it the north and the south sides of the building, there's also outdoor equipment areas. It would primarily be used to house the generators. Again, those would only be used during emergency situations or during periodic testing. And since a closed loop system is proposed for the building, those outdoor equipment areas could also be used for cooling towers associated with that system. And then Steve's already pointed out there's a relocated Ayton Road. Ayton Road currently kind of runs through the center of the site, so we would relocate that, construct it to township standards, and then also dedicate that to the township as well after construction.
And was the plan prepared to comply with the new ordinance amendment 2026-5-11 adopted by the Board of Supervisors regulating the data center buildings in Mifflin Township?
Yes, it was.
And I'm going to go through those requirements, walk you through them, just to have you testify with respect to compliance with those standards. Is the proposed data center building located in an industrial zoning district in compliance with section 436.02.a?
Yes.
Would any portion of the data center building be located in an area designated as floodplain, wetland, a wildlife habitat, or other ecologically sensitive area?
No, the building itself would not be. There is on the western side of the property, 10 Mile Creek runs kind of in a north and south direction. There's a flood hazard area associated with that, as well as a couple of wetlands areas, but the site has been laid out so that the building itself would not impact those areas.
And will a buffer zone of 50 feet be established around the substation area and switching areas that are conceptually shown on the plan as well, in accordance with section 436.05.d?
Yes, and we're showing landscaping around that as within that buffer area.
Is your understanding that the building height would be finally determined during final design but would not be greater than 65 feet as permitted under the data center ordinance?
Yes, that's correct.
Did you prepare an exhibit entitled Section Views dated August 5th, 2026, copy of which is marked as Exhibit 11, provide a conceptual understanding of what the view sheds of the building will look like for nearby properties?
Yes, we did prepare this one.
And can you please describe your section view as illustrated on plan?
Sure, so I'll start in the top right corner. We have a key map that shows an aerial view of the property and the surrounding area. On that key map is also shown 4 lines where we cut those section views from. Those are designated as A-A' through D-D'. On the left side here, we have those 4 section views. In this case, the elevations are measured on the vertical axis. Distance is measured on the horizontal axis. We also have from each of the existing structures where these sections were cut through, we have a line of sight from those structures that are identified here with an orange dash line. And then also on the left side of each of these, we have the proposed data center building. That's this black rectangle. Based on our conceptual grading plan, we're estimating that the finished floor elevation of the building will be around elevation 552. So with a maximum building height of 65, that puts the top of the building at 617 feet. So that's what's kind of shown in general. And then getting into each of these section views, the top one here is section A-A'. That's cut through an existing residential development on the opposite side of I-80. I-80 sits slightly above that area, so it kind of acts as sort of a natural buffer. There's also mature vegetation along both sides of I-80 that help enhance that buffer. And then also, Steve's talked about some of the landscaping that's proposed, that's shown on this as well at our property line. Section B-B prime is cut through the Aiton family house that's south of the property. It's about 1,250 feet away from the data center building. Again, we have the proposed vegetation on our site that's shown here, as well as part of the current view shed from that property does include the existing PPL transmission lines and towers. Section C-C prime was cut through the Jehovah's Witness building opposite of I-80. Again, I-80 sits up higher between that and the existing mature vegetation on either side, and our proposed vegetation helps to screen the view shed from that building. And then section D-B prime is cut from the next closest residential use on the same side of I-80, and that's along Hetlerville Road. That's just shy of about a half a mile away from the building. And again, we have the proposed vegetation shown at our property line, as well as the existing PPL transmission lines and towers.
And based on your view shed analysis, do you believe that the views from the building would be minimal to the surrounding properties?
Yes.
Would all the exterior lighting associated with the building be designed to minimize light pollution, and not extend beyond the property boundary per section 436.03.d?
Yes, so that section of the ordinance refers to, I think, a maximum of 30 lux at each property boundary. So we did prepare, as part of the conditional use plan set, a lighting plan. And that does demonstrate that all exterior lighting will meet that requirement. I do want to point out, if you look at our plans, we measure light intensity based on foot candles, which is based on square feet, whereas lux are based on square meters, I believe it is. So there is a conversion that we can do there. So the 30 lux that's in the ordinance actually is equivalent to about 2.7 foot candles. So if you look at our landscaping plan, we are below that at all property lines.
And just for the record, the lighting plan is marked as Exhibit A-6.8 as part of the conditional use set. Will the data center building be designed and constructed and maintained in full compliance with all relevant structural safety codes per section 436.05.c?
Yes, and I believe that would be confirmed during the building permit process.
Was an EMF consultant routine for the project to review whether the facility would comply with the maximum electromagnetic field exposure levels in accordance with section 436.05.b of the data center ordinance?
Yes, the applicant did have another consultant assess the EMF exposure relative to the project, and based on their findings, EMF levels are expected to be lower than applicable standards and guidelines, including those in the ordinance.
And for the record, the EMF report is marked as Exhibit A-16. Did Langen also prepare an environmental impact assessment in accordance with section 436.04.a of the data center ordinance, addressing the impact that the conceptual improvements could have on the environment and local community?
Yes, we did prepare an EIA.
And the EIA, which is marked as Exhibit A-15, does that EIA describe the details of the proposed development and existing conditions, site conditions, in accordance with section 436.04A1 and 2?
Yes, it does.
And does the report detail the project's effects on wildlife, view shed, lighting, water resources, stormwater erosion, control of air quality, and environmental features of properties such as wetlands?
Yes, it does.
And opinion was also obtained as well, correct?
Yes, we did run a penny and received clearance from it's related to that.
And would the EIA be amended and supplemented if necessary during the course of the land development as a plan and building design is more fully engineered?
Yes, we absolutely intend to update that as necessary throughout the process of design.
And has the applicant committed that the project would not involve the drilling of draw your attention to exhibit A 21, is that a copy of the will serve letter?
Yes. Yes, Aqua provided a will serve letter indicating that they do have capacity to provide water for the project.
And is it also your understanding that the sewer authority approved, the release of a, will serve letter confirming the availability of public sewer?
Yes, that's my understanding, that they approved that at the, at their July meeting.
Was your office responsible for the preparation of the traffic impact study?
Yes.
And can you explain generally the purpose of a traffic impact study?
Yeah, at a high level, it's essentially to assess potential traffic impacts from a development to nearby roadways and intersections.
How did you determine the scope of the traffic impact study?
So we identified 3 study intersections, essentially based on proximity to the site. Those 3 intersections are Route 339 and Eaton Road, which is where access to the site is taken, and then also Route 339 at the eastbound and westbound ramps of I-80.
And the traffic impact study is marked as exhibit A 17. Can you explain the methodology that was used to determine the anticipated number of trips that this development would likely generate?
Yes, so the industry standard for estimating trips or the traffic that's gonna be generated by development, it comes from ITE, which stands for the Institute of Transportation Engineers. ITE publishes a trip generation manual, that is essentially, it's a compilation of traffic data and studies, that are submitted to ITE. They take that information, analyze it, and come up with equations to estimate the amount of traffic that a specific use would generate based on its size. So in this case, we use the data center land use and a size of 398,000 square feet. And based on that information, the ITE trip generation manual estimates that for a typical weekday, which is, you know, over 24 hours, you're gonna see 290 total trips to the site. A trip is defined as a vehicle either entering or exiting the site, so 290 trips really equates to 145 vehicles. So that's over the course of an entire day. When we analyze traffic intersections, we typically will look at peak hours in the morning and in the afternoon for a use like this. So during the AM peak hour, ITE estimates 30 trips total for a building of this size, for a data center of this size. And that breaks out into 21 vehicles entering and 9 exiting. And then during the PM peak hour, ITE estimates about 20 trips during that peak hour, and that is broken out into 4 entering and 16 exiting.
Will the use generate any commercial vehicle traffic?
If it does, it would be very infrequent. After construction, any tractor trailer type of trucks would typically only access the site for periodic replacement of large scale equipment. But on a daily basis, you would not expect to see trucks.
And what impact do you anticipate the number of trips would have on the intersections that you studied?
Based on our analysis, we don't see any adverse impacts on traffic for this use. Each of the intersections that we studied operates at what's referred to in traffic engineering as a level of service A. Intersection capacity and operation is graded from A to F, A being the best, F being the worst. So in this case, all 3 intersections studied currently operate at level of service A and will continue to operate at level of service A after construction.
Did your office also prepare a trip generation comparison analysis to measure the traffic impact that would be generated if this 400,000 square foot building were a different industrial facility?
Yes, so the chart,
For the record, this is marked as exhibit 18.
we did a trip generation comparison just to look at how much traffic a data center would generate versus other industrial uses that are allowed by right so this compares the data center to things like a manufacturing facility, a general warehouse, a fulfillment type of warehouse facility, and essentially a data center is going to generate much less traffic, on the order of 2 to 6 times less than what other industrial uses could generate. And again, those are uses that are permitted by right in this district.
In addition to the data center ordinance, does the application also comply with other general standard ordinance in the ordinance set forth in both section 401 as well as the general conditional use standards?
Yes.
I'm just gonna walk you through a few of those. In your opinion, is the proposed data center similar in character and compatible with other uses that are permitted in the industrial zoning district?
Yes, I think this use is most similar to land uses permitted in the industrial zoning district versus any other district in the township. I would think that the township would generally agree with that it's an appropriate zoning district for this use, since it's the only district that a data center is permitted in under the new ordinance.
And are you familiar with the general standards set forth in section 1101E of the zoning ordinance governing conditional uses generally?
Yes.
In your opinion, is the proposed use compatible with the purpose of the industrial zoning district as well as the existing potential land uses surrounding the property?
Yes, yes, as I mentioned, now that this is officially permitted in the industrial district, I do think that the township would also come to the conclusion that it's compatible with the purpose of the industrial zoning district, and compatible with the existing and potential uses in the surrounding area. As far as location goes, I'm just gonna refer back to this, although I think we all are familiar with it. As far as location goes, I mean, the building is very close to a 4-lane interstate highway where very few other uses would be appropriate. Beyond that, we've shown that we are complying with the 1,350 foot setback requirements in the new ordinance. That would lessen any potential impact to surrounding properties. And then also of note, any use currently that would be proposed here that is by right would only have to would only be applicable to a 25-foot setback as opposed to the setbacks that we're providing.
And that's for any of the other uses in the industrial zoning district, which would include manufacturing, assembly, trucking, and distribution.
Warehousing, correct, yes.
Do you believe that the proposal would have any adverse impact to the character of the neighborhood?
No.
And in your opinion, would the use create an undue nuisance or serious hazard condition for vehicles or pedestrians greater than what would normally be expected for the same type of use?
No.
In your opinion, are there adequate and appropriate facilities and services available to ensure the proper operation of the proposed use?
Yes, and again, I'll point out one of the things that Steve mentioned that makes this site so attractive is the fact that there's power available directly at the site that runs through kind of that southern portion of the site.
And does the plan satisfactorily address the purpose of conditional use with respect to ingress and egress from the property, off-street parking and loading, waste collection, utilities, screening, buffering, signage?
Yes, and I expect all those details would also be refined and hashed out with township's input during the land development process as well.
And the conditional use is just the first step in the process, should the application be granted, there's also a number of other steps and approvals that are required after conditional use, correct?
Yes, that's right.
And given that this is just the conceptual conditional use plan, which hasn't been fully engineered, because that would be done at the time of land development, is it possible there could be some modifications or adjustments to the plan, including to the building location or the stormwater management facilities and some of the other associated improvements?
Yes, I would expect that as we kind of make our way through design, like actually designing the site, that some things may get shifted here or there still comply with, all the setback and all other requirements of the ordinance.
That's all the questions I have.
Just before we go into the questionings again, there's some chairs right here. Can you pass them to the back so people in the back will have something to sit on instead of standing? Notice there's some empty chairs right here that we can get to them. Thank you, everybody. Maybe we can stay here.
Alright, that's good.
Go ahead. Move on to the question.
This time it's appropriate, Ms. Chapin, you're available to do cross-examination.
So you said you did a traffic impact study, it was 8 Road and 339, and then east and west on the interstate.
Correct.
Is there a reason that you didn't do a traffic impact study from the interstate going through the town of Mifflinville to see the impact that it's gonna have on the town and the surrounding areas through 339 that way?
So what we did is we kind of started with those 3 intersections, and what we found was that there's really not expected to be any, I'm not gonna say any, but not a significant increased amount of traffic through the town itself.
So you didn't do a study, you did not do a traffic impact study for that?
We didn't study any intersections beyond the interstate.
Okay.
And that's because the amount of traffic generated from the site is not anticipated to, there's not a significant amount that's anticipated to go through the town, past the interchange.
So is that within, you know that within your traffic impact study, that they're all gonna be routed and go on and off the interstate, that they're not gonna be going through the town of Mifflinville? That's something that you have documented within your traffic analysis?
So it's not that there's not gonna be any, but the way that traffic impact studies, you could, with the traffic impact study, you could continue to analyze intersections as you go out away from the generator, which is generating that traffic. PennDOT has a kind of a cutoff, that I'm gonna say the number is 50, I don't know if I'm right off the top of my head, but if it's less than 50 additional trips to an intersection, PennDOT does not require you to study that intersection. In this case, we are generating, during the peak hour, we're generating 30, I think it was 30 in the AM and 20 in the PM. So in no case would we have more than 50 trips going beyond that intersection because it's not generating that many trips to begin with.
Okay, so you did not do an impact study for how that's gonna affect the town of Mifflinville, how that's a correct statement, correct?
We did not study beyond the interchange.
And you said how many trips to the site per day? Did you say 290?
A total of 290 throughout the day.
Okay, so 290 trips a day, right, 145 vehicles. Does your traffic impact analysis differentiate between a car and 80,000 pound tractor trailer?
In this case, it does not, because this site is not anticipated to generate any tractor trailers.
So you won't have triaxles, dump trucks, trailers, cranes, excavators, fuel trucks, trucks that have, generators, those type of things on it, they won't come to the site. You won't bring the generators on site, you won't need tractor trailers.
So all of those vehicles would need access to the site during construction of the site.
And
A traffic impact study is intended to study the impact after construction.
So there's been no traffic impact study to look at, you're looking at when it's in operation. What about years, 3 years, that there's gonna be traffic impact while this is being built? You didn't do any traffic impact studies on building the data center?
Correct, and that's industry standard for that. It's typically you're looking at what the site is actually generating after construction is completed.
And you did differentiate in your traffic analysis between a passenger car and all of the required big, heavy equipment that's going to be going into the facility.
again, after construction, this is not anticipated to generate heavy vehicles on a daily basis, so there's no need to analyze that.
How
In the
long,
traffic study.
how long do you anticipate it's gonna take to build this solution?
We have a build year of 2028.
Okay, so your site plan includes, the track boundaries,
It shows the property boundary, yes.
the track boundaries, okay, bearings and distances on each track boundary.
I don't believe the bearings and distances are shown because it's not been surveyed at this point.
Okay, that's required for conditional use application for our, zoning handbook. Existing utilities, are they all listed?
There's no existing utilities on site.
Okay, water mains,
The proposed water mains are shown on the utility plan.
culverts,
There's no, as far as I'm aware, there's no culverts on the site.
do you know that? Yes or no? Should there be, did you investigate that in your site?
That would all
plans?
be part of the survey, which is being conducted right now.
But it's not as an exhibit here, which is also required for conditional use application. Okay. Transmission lines and fire hydrants,
As far as I'm aware, there's no fire hydrants, but the transmission lines are shown.
okay, so we don't know good fire hydrants. That's also required for conditional use application. We talked about, you have landscaping, screening, fencing. That's all
Yes.
there.
Landscaping shown.
Erosion controls,
There is an erosion and sediment control plan included, yes.
okay, and the complete building floor plan.
Again, as far as we know, the building footprint is shown as we know it today.
Complete building floor plan. As an engineer, what would you say complete building floor plan means?
I would assume that's some type of architectural plan.
That's what our ordinance calls for conditional use application. Okay, so you said that it's gotta be a closed loop system?
That's correct.
Is that documented anywhere on your site plans or analysis, that it's documented that that's how it's gonna be operated?
It's mentioned in several of the documents that were submitted.
Okay. And then you said you have a will serve letter by Aqua and the sewer submitted. Is that part of your exhibit?
The Aqua will serve letter is an exhibit, I believe. The sewer will serve we haven't received yet, but we are aware that it's been authorized. I testified that it was authorized to be generated at last month's sewer authority
But
meeting.
that's not an exhibit, so there's no documentation of that was brought to this meeting.
Question?
It is.
Yes.
Okay, so again, the application states it would be 400,000 square feet, and then the plan states 397,508. What is the exact size of that center?
As of right now, what's shown on the plan is 397,580.
Okay. What is the exact number of employees that will take to operate the facility?
We don't have the exact number. For the purposes of estimating the required parking, we estimated 100 employees on what's called the greatest shift, which is what the zoning ordinance requires. Zoning ordinance requires 1.5 parking spaces for each employee on the greatest shift, so we estimated 100 would be the maximum on the greatest shift.
Okay, we don't know the number of employees, because we're not gonna operate it, we don't have an operator, you do not know the number of employees, is that correct?
Correct, I do not know the number of employees.
Okay, so for the access drive, they're required specific safety design requirements and required plans, including, the location, construction material, and the site distance for adequate access on Eaton roads, so the impacts on Eaton Road, right, those things are required. The construction traffic, the roadway capacity, and emergency vehicle access, and that's not to be deferred until critical details is clear. Is that all provided for Eaton Road, what you're gonna do, what materials you're gonna use, how you're gonna make all of that work?
So we did provide a plan showing fire truck turning for emergency vehicles. As far as did you say the construction materials, is that what you were asking about? I mean, it's gonna be your typical construction materials for this type of use, nothing
It's not,
special.
it's not listed anywhere.
mean, we've said that we would improve Gates Road to township standards. So the township has a standard as far as materials of the roadway and thickness of each course, so we would certainly follow the township standards in that case.
The ordinance specifically places that responsibility on the applicant to furnish adequate documentation of compliance, and so we don't have that information right now, correct, for the materials. How exactly we're gonna prove it?
We're testifying to the fact that we would adhere to township standards.
Okay, but we don't have that information now. So also we're looking at, health, safety, fire protection, water utilities, noise, environmental impacts, that's all included in what was submitted.
Correct. The environmental impact assessment addresses those items.
Okay, so fire protection, water supply, utilities, stormwater, environmental protection, noise, infrastructure capacity, compatibility before approval.
Correct.
I will say that, when was that all submitted?
I don't have the exact date.
Has anyone, any of the supervisors or the township's engineers reviewed any of this information that was submitted?
I'm not aware.
No.
Just a few on redirect, isn't it true that a boundary survey was completed for the property?
Yes, we're in the process of completing this survey.
And currently there are no fire hydrants on the property, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
No other questions I have?
So being no further questions,
Closed loop system, please explain. Short.
Honestly, I wish I could. That's not my area of expertise. All I know that is a closed loop system compared to an evaporative loop system uses a lot less water. It's called a closed loop system because everything's sealed and the fluid within that system is circulated and reused. And so you don't need to constantly be reintroducing additional water fluids into that
So the
system.
dramatic usage of the water will not be a problem.
At a high level, correct. That's,
Satisfies the board. EDUs from the sewage, any idea how much you're getting from the,
I don't have that information. The applicant had met with the sewer authority, I believe it was in July.
anyone have information on that?
Steve rolled 10,000 gallons per day.
How many EDUs is that are taking from the township has a bank of EDUs.
What is it?
I don't know.
I wanna say it's,
I can follow up with each of
it depends on how many gallons per day are in an EDU. Because DEP has a different number than some sewer authorities do.
Line of sight, safety, coming off of Baton Road on the 339, we're seeing problems.
At this point, no. Again, I think we're gonna have to wait till the survey comes back so that we can make sure that we're making the correct adjustments, but that would certainly be taken into account during, the detailed design of reconstructing Baton Road.
Traffic after completion, we have a problem. A lot of people go past McDonald's and that as it piles up. And somebody has to be aware that there's gonna be a further creation of a problem there. And, you saying that A is good and they're saying everything's good. We've written letters to PennDOT for traffic studies and when they say A is good, well, maybe it is, but we don't have A. Because we're backed up, sometimes it takes us an hour to get off the interstate, trying to come into town. Traffic study within town should be conducted also, as you said. When it comes through town, is vital. We have a major problem through the motel area, the McDonald's area, through the lunch gas station area. Anything additional to that is gonna cause much more problems. Another issue you brought up and you brought up, 2 to 3 years construction. There has to be some type of study to control that, because that's gonna cause a problem within the community. Both what I talked about is erosion looks like a major construction feat. And that has to be considered somewhere along the line.
Yeah,
I mean, just off the top of my head, from an engineering perspective, the trouble I see with that, trying to analyze that, is coming up with accurate numbers of how many construction vehicles are really gonna be coming in and out throughout the day. There's no database for that type of information, but maybe we could work with the applicant in the township to try to establish something.
Real quick point of procedure, because I see you up there, Mr. Ron, I assume you want to speak. Just keep in mind, because we have a party here, if you're gonna get up, I would ask that you be called by your counsel, because you'll have the chance to be, there'll be another cross-examination, okay?
Okay.
So you're aware. So we wanna do it in the proper term order. It's not quite as loose and free as the planning commission.
I thought you were asking me a question, sorry.
I was being loose and free. I come to age, I'm sorry. Boy, no, you brought it up, and that's a concern. Brought up by Ms. Chapin. And I see that as an issue for the township, for the community. And if it's gonna go in a 3-year period, we have a problem. Plus,
I'm okay with him answering it if it.
Why don't you go ahead and introduce him as your next, because technically the member would be done with question your.
Does anyone have any other questions for Mr. Dredge? Steve, do you wanna answer the question from?
Yeah, so I totally hear you. I mean, it's a concern for us too. I mean, we want to minimize the amount of impact that the construction process has on the surrounding area. Time is money for the truck drivers and the delivery drivers and all of that, and so they understand. I mean, I promise you, truck drivers are the smartest guys when it comes to figuring out when to show up when there's the least amount of traffic. So they're really gonna work hard on not doing that. We also, there's a ton of regulations on kind of keeping dust down and, you know, when they're actually doing the construction, there's permit and inspections all the time. And we've said this before, like if we damage, you know, this part of the road, we're gonna fix it. So if you have a bunch of trucks kind of coming in off of 339 and it kind of tears up this little intersection, we're gonna fix that. We'll be responsible for that. And, but as far as like the traffic, you know, impacted on the other side where the McDonald's is and the Loves, you know, I guess the alternative is no construction. And that's kind of what we keep hearing, is that we don't want anything to ever go on the Schaefer's land. And I get it, it sucks. I've had construction across the street from my house. You just deal with it, and then, you know, hopefully the group that's doing it does it the right way.
Before you can't take procedures yet, as we said, if there's any cross-examination desired, Ms. Chapin, you can cross-examine at this time.
So when we say that there's not a fully developed design for Aiden Road, to understand how traffic is gonna come in and out of there?
I think it should be directed to the redirect, which was the question you asked.
So
There's still for cross-exam.
Redirect was on your engineer, and I completely agree with that. This is technically new testimony, a small one, for the question of the board, so she has the right to cross-examine, you can do a redirect, that's the if you want.
We're gonna follow the township standards.
But we don't have a plan for material and how that's gonna look at all.
I think we've said multiple times already, it's already in the code, and that's what we're gonna follow. And we worked with the city to kind of make sure we understand.
So we don't have a traffic study done for Mifflin Township. For 2 to 3 years, we're gonna have traffic and we have no idea what that's gonna do. It's hard to anticipate, but
Question. Is that a question?
I'm not getting that. So the data centers have those in the area, have used Bauer Construction, who is in Berwick, for all their site excavation and all those type of things, which is a Berwick. Who will be the main contractor they utilize for site development? Do you know who that is?
No, we don't.
Then how can you say that trucks are not gonna be coming over Mifflinville Bridge through Mifflinville if you don't know the contractor who's gonna be designing the site? Because all the work in Berwick has gone to Bauer, who is in Berwick.
Yeah, I don't know, I mean, we talked about the impact to the intersections, and what the ITE rating is, and it's gonna continue to stay as an A intersection.
But you didn't talk about the impact of town, nor can you determine what trucks and where they're gonna be coming from. Is that correct?
Again, we did the ITE study the way it's supposed to be done, and there's truly no impact to the intersections. 30 cars, 30 trips is nothing. You could have a warehouse here where you have 1,500 per day.
Sir, 290 trips per day.
No, we talked about the peak number, the 29 or the 50. And so you divide that by 2 because that's the number of trips. So one car does 2 trips.
And you don't know what area they're gonna be coming from, because you don't know the contract code, yes or no?
Oh, what's the question?
What contractors will be utilized to build the site?
We don't know.
So you cannot say that it's not gonna impact the Township, the traffic there.
No, I think we actually answered that.
You didn't do a traffic impact analysis for Mifflin.
Hold on, so just.
She keeps telling me what I answered.
Hold on, let's be clear. So for the purposes of making this record, I was almost gonna stop you guys, but I saw you kept going through it, so I figured let me reach it. Now, but we have this poor court reporter here. She's trying to catch everything everyone says. We wanna give everyone a chance to speak, respond, speak. And I kind of agree, if you ask a question, you have to let them answer, whether you like the answer or not. That's the answer.
That was my question, was the traffic impact analysis done for the town of Mifflinville, and how do you know that traffic won't be coming off of Mifflinville?
That's the answer.
Yeah, I mean, he's already explained that. I know you don't
Okay,
like the
I
answer.
just, okay. Validating that. Okay, and we do not have any exhibits for this, we're saying it's 10,000 per day for the sewer, is that exact?
And now this is going beyond the scope of the question. The original question was from Supervisor regarding construction. Now we're going back to sewer.
Well, I think that's a fair point, although I believe that Mr. Rowley testifying as to the sewer usage at all, or was that your engineer? That's important, because, I don't know, you should have a chance to talk to Mr. Rowley.
I mean, we're anticipating 10,000 gallons per
You're
day.
anticipating, or that's what it is, if you have that as an exhibit within
Oh my God.
tonight's, it's per our ordinance, this is what it's asking for, do you have it? Do you have
We're
the exact number?
anticipating 10,000 gallons per
Anticipating
day.
is not a number, it's not an approved document.
That's not quite a good number.
Okay, you don't have it, okay. Okay, that's all I have now. Yep.
I was going to say, I would ask the council if you have any reading, but.
No, I'm good. I'll figure out.
Okay.
That's my last name.
Very good, all right. Any further witnesses?
One more.
Okay, if you raise your right hand, sir, and have you sworn in.
I do.
Can you please state your full name for the record, sir? The council will welcome.
Sure. Benjamin Muller, M-U-E-L-L-E-R. I'm a principal at Ostergaard Musical Associates, and we're based in Woodbridge, New Jersey. Address is 1490 Route 9, Woodbridge 07009 Rockford.
And Mr. Mueller, referring to exhibit 19, which is your CV, could you please provide the board with some background about your credentials and qualifications?
Sure. I've been practicing in the field of noise control for 27 years now. My background is I have an undergrad in mechanical engineering from Villanova University. My master's degree is also mechanical engineering with a concentration in noise and vibration control from Stevens Institute of Technology. I'm a licensed professional engineer in Oregon and New Jersey. My license is current. I'm a member of several professional societies, such as the Society of America, Institute of Noise Control Engineers, to name a few important ones. And that's about it.
And do you have experience specifically in the field of noise emissions generated by electrical utilities, including emergency generators, the size and scale likely to be built for this project?
Yes, I do.
And do you have experience measuring noise impact for proposed data center developments?
Yes.
And in terms of modeling
Yes, I have.
This time I would like to request that, Mr. Mueller be accepted as an expert witness in musical design and music matters.
Okay, pursuant to the pattern we've established before, first I turn to Ms. Chupin, ask if there are any objections as to accepting Mr. Mueller as an expert.
No.
There being no objections, we have a motion. We make a motion to accept his credentials. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Mr. Mueller, are you familiar with the subject property, the applicant's proposal, and generally the surrounding area?
Yes, I am.
And you were responsible for preparing a sound emission study, which is marked as exhibit 20, is that correct?
Correct.
And can you, explain for the board, members of the public, what's involved in the noise study?
Sure, so, when we look at these types of projects, I understand that the hesitation is that there's nothing there. Everything that we're doing, as you've heard the testimony from other disciplines, is a science, so engineering is involved. We are very familiar now with the Mifflin new ordinance for data centers, so we look at that as a direction for how we design the site to blend in with the area. The current ordinance, or I guess you say the higher ordinance outside of the data center specific one, says that noise shall not annoy and bother neighbors, so it's more of a nuisance ordinance. That doesn't have any qualitative values for us to attach on for an engineering analysis. However, the new data center ordinance does exactly that. And so the approach of the township is to limit the application's site sound emissions at our property line. Another way that ordinances sometimes manage that is by establishing baselines for the receptors. Both of them can be successful. In my professional opinion, establishing a boundary baseline or maximum limit for an application ensures that by the time that noise continues to travel and goes off-site, so residences are to the northeast here, but meeting a certain limit at our property line, by the time it crosses over the interstate and gets to actual people's ears, then those sound emissions will be even lower. So that's kind of the approach that the township takes. In terms of the limits, during the daytime at the property line, it's 70, and during the nighttime, it is reduced significantly to 55. And the difference between those two is obviously sensitivity, preservation of sleeping during the nighttime hours, and the like. Now, based on my other reading, the entire reading of the ordinance, it's there are some caveats or some points to note. So by applying it at the property line, whether this is tender or not, it actually ends up being more stringent than otherwise, right? For example, we're applying across the entire boundary. We have a concrete manufacturer here to the west, so those same 50 and 70 ordinance limits apply for that user as well as for the residences. So in that respect, this is a bit more stringent than what you might typically see if you were primarily focused on having sufficient quiet at residences. But that being said, that's our marching orders. Those limits were established to preserve the health, safety, and welfare of the public, and so I can find those limits to be appropriate in order to achieve that. So where do we go from here? So now that we have our marching order, we know what our criteria are. Our first step was to design an acoustical model of the site. We've heard a lot of testimony tonight about not knowing the exact specifics, and I want to just kind of promote that throughout our analysis as well. This isn't to imply ambiguity. A design can be done in multiple ways. So we could use 50 large units, or we can use 25 smaller units, or a varied combination of that. So please be flexible with us as we say there are not final designs yet, because there are many different ways that we can approach it. Using this building and this location, so we want to try to keep the variables to a minimum. But if we want to keep the building where it is, there might be flexibility or liberties taken with where the equipment goes. But based on a typical data center design, we have a couple of noise sources that we want to consider. First, let me start with the smaller ones. We have a proposed substation and switch station here to the south. While that would be installed and operated by others, it makes sense for us to include that into our sound study. The equipment in here is not known, but based on my experience with substation work, We're gonna be bringing in the high voltage from the power lines here into the station. It will typically need to be transformed, so we'll have multiple transformers. They produce a low-level hum. We might have a control house that has the control center of that switching station or substation. The control house might have some HVAC equipment on it. So while this is present, and I acknowledge that there'll be noise generated from the southern half, it's gonna be small fry compared to the equipment that we're gonna have serve the actual data center. So in our model, we've included this as a placeholder, but you'll see when I talk about our results that this is really not a big source of discussion. It's gonna be a low-level background contributor in the area. And on top of that, it's actually on the far side of where the majority of residences are. Okay, focusing on data center, there's two main noise sources that are associated with it. One is our internal servers produce a lot of heat, and so we need to find ways to shed that heat, and it's primarily done through air-cooled chillers. We talked about how there would be a closed loop water system. Regardless of whether that water is pumped through fresh or it's in a closed system, that heated water from inside the building goes through chillers. That chiller blows fans over that and sheds heat into the air. So we know that based on a data center size, based on square footage, that's gonna require X number of chillers and cooling tonnage. And so we have provided an arrayment of chillers along the rooftop here. And when I show the model in a second, in order to mitigate that or to assist with it, a lot of different avenues there again too. We had testimony earlier tonight discussing whether barriers are needed or not. You can sometimes choose quiet equipment, which might be more pricey, but then you don't need those supplemental features. Sometimes use a combination of it. So just to look at what all of our options are, we were looking at chillers that have a noise control package. That typically involves having the compressors, the compressors wrapped with an acoustic blanket, and then the low noise fans, and then they're typically operating at a lower RPM. So all of that attempts to provide the same cooling using different technologies to shed that heat. In addition to that, we would foresee on typical installations that we might have a rooftop barrier around those chillers. So there's a little bit of a belt and suspenders. No individual noise source for a data center is noisy on its own. The buildup or the number or the volume of equipment is really what tends to require that initial mitigation. So again, this is with a rooftop, we would have a barrier around it in a configuration. The second major noise source would be our emergency generators. Given our mechanical yards on the north and south sides of the building, this is ideal to have those laid out. We heard testimony earlier that those could be stacked. If they were stacked, then they require half the footprint. Stacked generators would then be a polar noise source. So again, a lot of flexibility with how they can be officially laid out. But what we did for our plan is we just laid them along the north and south sides of the building and kept them on grade. And so when we talk about our model in the next standard here, we ended up putting a noise control barrier around the northern side of the generators. And the primary purpose of that was because we're dealing with a property line noise code limit. And so this is actually the shortest distance between equipment and our northern property line. And so that barrier was a supplemental feature in order to make sure that we achieve that compliance. Emergency generators, for normal, it's a diesel or natural gas powered engine, and it's placed inside of an acoustical enclosure. There's a lot of flexibility with those enclosures, anything from manufacturers provided packages to a custom walk-in acoustical enclosure. So there are a lot of avenues that can be done to meet noise goals for that. The third thing, which is also then a minor noise source, but the building will have office spaces for the 150, up to 150 employees. And so what we've also included was some standard rooftop equipment. That would be your HVAC equipment that serves for cooling and heating of the building. There might be ancillary exhaust fans, toilet exhaust fans, for example. A lot of that HVAC equipment gets become so small that it's not worth entertaining. So even though we don't address all those minor sources, they're not going to be strong enough to then influence the final site's operations. I think I covered all of the major components at once. And now, Because otherwise, if I put this up right away, then everyone gets distracted by the colors and when we can't get to what we're talking about here. So this is the first major figure in our sound study. This is a focus on the steady sound produced by the data center. You can see in pink on the roof, these are all of our air-cooled chillers. I have a couple in the corners of the building. This would be your rooftop equipment that would cool and heat the building. And then we're not focusing on the emergency generator operation yet, but you do also see some signatures from the power transformers and control house cooling there. So we've done a couple things here. We insert all the noise sources according to their manufacturer's maximum operating position, and then when we put them in the model's three-dimensional. You can see these teal lines here are the elevation contours. So to our west, we have a very tall hill here that's represented by the close contour lines, and then we also see that elevation for I-80 here, where it is actually built up higher than its north and south sides. We also see some features that we were talking about, like the detention basins, where it's a recess in the land. So sound, as it travels over those features, when it interacts with buildings, it's going to react to that. It's going to be reduced, reflected, etc. And the model takes all of that into consideration. So we look at distance attenuation, how far it is from different things. We look at the attenuation from intervening objects, such as the topography or from structures. We don't focus on foliage. Foliage is something that might vary substantially with the months. So in the winter, right, the leaves are off the trees, so we don't look at that for considerable attenuation. So just looking at the major consistent players, that will be there. That being said, the results that are shown here would be what the data center would be producing on a typical basis. And you see that the building is shifted towards the kind of the northeastern property line, and so we get kind of radiating contours from that building that correspond to maximum sound levels. As far as the code is concerned here, right, we said that 70 is during the daytime, and that we said that 55 is during the night. 55 is represented by that peach color, and so you can see that there is some activity here along the northern boundary, but at location A, which represents that nearest property line, we are at a 55 dBA limit. Now, while that might feel like that it's right at the edge of it, I think the more important is looking at our other receptors, the ones where we actually have people living. So we look at locations B through I, and we look at, by the time you cross the highway, the interstate here, nearest locations C, D, E, we're at 50, 49, 51 are the highest, and then silent continues to fall off as it goes further away. Location G here, or I being the furthest ones, and site sound emissions. So that's the presence of only the data center sound emissions down to 45 and lower. The model does not include or account for the current traffic along I-80, which is the major noise contributor for the area. We have investigated the existing ambient conditions across the site and in the area here. Levels far significant than this, even during the nighttime lulls. So what that shows is some of our initial presentation was about how this is a suitable location for this. And in the presence of I-80, it'll be difficult to hear the site in its typical operation condition throughout the day. During nighttime when there's lulls, maybe there's the faintest ability to hear the site, but we don't expect any areas in the corridor of I-80 to drop below 50 dB. And when we say that, you see that how we're contributing almost parallel with the corridor of I-80 here, and that, you know, as you get further away from the data center, that contribution of the site is even less and less. This condition here, then I think the other one that would be appropriate to cover would be that when we have the emergency generators operating, and per the ordinance, we're required to look at all the emergency generators operating at the same time. So this is truly what would be considered a worst case. This is the emergency condition when we've lost power and all the emergency generators need to be fired up in order to save the data and keep that integrity intact. And we look at all of them operating. You can see them now added as these green X's here. You can see the color contours have significantly increased, right? So instead of it being in the grays and the peaches, we see a lot more prominence in the red and even closer in the purple and blue as the sound gets higher in level. So these are not quiet noise sources, to say the least, but what we've shown here is that not only do we have distance, but we have configuration with the potential for screening, mitigation, that by the time we get to our nearest property line, again, location A, we're at levels of 67, 3 dB below the daytime ordinance. And then again, even more important for me as my focus as an engineer is the protection of the health, safety, well-being of the public. So when we get across the way here where we have our dense developed residential, we're looking at levels in the mid-50s. So while this would again be a rare and frequent event, we talked about testing of emergency generators. Normally we like to see those tested in smaller batches. We would never test all generators at the same time. Not only is that not useful, but you would then need to require some sort of load for it, and that might not be there. So for exercising purposes, you see them in batches. Emissions would be significantly lower than what's shown here for the worst case. We would only see this condition if there was ever an emergency, and it would only be for the extent that it's an emergency. But despite that, compliance with the local ordinance, in my opinion, provides ample levels for where the actual our public receptors are, and in the presence of Interstate 80 traffic, I think all of this will just become a background player to that activity. With air levels around the I-80 corridor, typically approaching 70 dB or more during truck pass-bys and the likes, levels of 56 are not going to be standout players. The focus for me is generally at night, and that would be the results that we talked about in our previous exhibit. Attached here. So again, this being what the site will produce on a normal basis, really being able to show that it is designed to be compatible with not only the environment, we fully comply with the noise code limits, and all of this helps to support the fact that this would be appropriate for this location.
Initial analysis based on appropriate predictive modeling methods utilized in the field of sound analysis in accordance with industry standards.
Yes.
And just reconfirming that based on your analysis, so your opinion that the model demonstrates that the facility will in fact comply with the maximum permissible decibel levels as set in section 436.05A of the zoning ordinance.
Correct, yes.
And does the ordinance also, the data center ordinance also require post-construction sound analysis upon operations of the facility?
Yes, it does, as a belt and suspenders, if you will.
That's all the questions I have.
Thank you, council. Any thoughts or any board questions before Mr. Gore first? We can have it for sure. Any thoughts?
So during peak times, because of power consumption, will the diesel generators be run at those times ever?
Only during emergency or routine testing.
Okay, how often do data centers test and use the backup generator? What's the testing set look like?
It varies depending on manufacturer, but usually it'll be something on the order of 30 minutes every month, and then I see once a year, there might be something more considerable where it might be an hour. The idea, much like your maintenance on your lawnmower, your snow blower, is you fire it up, make sure it's running, and then this way when it actually comes to an emergency, you can be ensured that it's gonna jump into action.
Yeah, how many diesel generators will be at the site?
So the number could vary. I have modeled here a total of 75.
So you have 75 diesel generators that are each running once a month for 30 minutes, correct?
Yes.
In batches usually.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Yeah, individually, if you were then doing that, essentially, like maybe then you're days into testing, you don't want that to go on longer than it has to.
Okay, so on page 7 of your evaluation of site sound emissions is giving decibel levels for HVAC chillers only, and then you go into page 8 of that, and that's for an emergency, right? Where
Correct.
all the diesel generators are running at that time.
The two figures we just went over.
Right,
yes.
correct. Which go, and I understand it's emergency, but it goes over, the daily limit. But there's no analysis for generator backup testing and all of those things. And like you said, there's 75 of them. They're gonna be running 35 minutes in batches
Sure, this is an emergency, so it's gonna be between this analysis and none of them on. When you look at how sound adds, it's not a linear process, it's logarithmic. So if we had a noise source producing 50 and then an adjacent one producing 50, they would combine not to 100, but rather 53. And so what we look at here is a situation where we're running 76 units at the same time. If we were to only run a fraction of them, we would expect a reduction here of, 8 to 10 dB lower level. And you can see the difference between, with this on, we're in the 56 range, and with it off, we were at 49, for example. So it would be somewhere between there. The sliding scale is not markedly different. So what I'm illustrating, trying to be efficient, is that even in the worst case when everything's operating, number one, we comply with code. Number two, I find the levels as a professional to be more than acceptable in the neighborhood. And so if we wanted to test 25% of them, 2% of them, 50% of them, whatever the version is, that it'll all be subsumed in the successful results that are shown here.
So looking at A in an emergency, it's 67 decibels. During the day, our peak rate is 55 decibels. You're assuming that this emergency is gonna happen at 8:30 PM, or it's gonna be during the nighttime, right? But that exceeds, so if you take 67, when you say take 10 decibels off, you're still exceeding the daytime limit for the generator. You don't have the data to tell us what the decibel level is going to be when you're running 75 diesels for 30 minutes, is that correct?
I do, that's what we're showing here.
No, that's all of them running, right? That's a worst case scenario.
Correct.
Right? So you're gonna do testing.
Sure.
Right? There's 30 minutes for each one.
Mhm.
Okay, there's 75 of them. Okay, what is the decibel levels for those test runs? That you're doing, okay, everything breaks loose, right?
Yeah.
I'm saying that if there's a 10% difference, it would exceed, the testing itself, and the numbers that you provided wouldn't exceed our daytime decibel levels
So-
for testing.
No, let's walk through this as in the process in the, as soon as the report. So during the routine exercising, we would commit to limiting that to only the daytime. There is no purpose for us to go and be testing emergency generators at midnight or 2 AM. So daytime, routine exercising complies with daytime limit of 70, and we're showing that even with all operating, whether this is an emergency or not, this is all the units operating, and that we fully comply with the daytime noise ordinance of 70 at our site property line.
So where does it say that you won't be testing today?
It's included in my report, and also I believe it's been discussed as previous conditions of approval. It's proper planning and usage.
But you don't know how many generators you're gonna be running at a time to do testing.
What I'm saying is that number doesn't matter. It's subsumed in the results of this exhibit right here. But let's entertain that. We know that with our rule of decibel addition, right, that it's if you have 50 plus 50, it's plus 3. Well, in the same response, I could say if we turned off half of these generators, so let's only run, there's 38 on each side, so let's only run, half of that, 16 or 17 or whatever, this would go down by 3 dB. So if we only had half the units running on each side, all these values would go down by 3. The generators are the primary noise source that's contributing to this condition that I'm showing here, and so A would go down to 64 and the like, and so it's all subsumed. I mean, part of an engineer's protocol is to try to be as efficient as possible. We don't want to have a noise report that has 700 pages in it because we looked at each individual unit operating in isolation.
Will data center be monitoring the decibel levels?
Monitoring the decibel levels, like on a active basis. As part of the ordinance, it requires a post-construction evaluation. So in my mind, that more than sufficiently checks that box. Typical noise codes don't even have that unless it's requested. So not only are we here committing to compliance with the ordinance, there is a check mark to be happen after occupancy to then show that we indeed meet that. And then after that, I don't believe that monitoring is needed. The data center should not do anything abnormal. It'll just operate as it's supposed to.
Okay, so you're saying that there's nothing after the post build that's gonna monitor the decibel levels or supply anything to the council to make sure that you're in compliance with the decibel level as set forth in the ordinance, if I'm right?
Correct. The other option, or not the other option, but the other trigger would be that if there were complaints generated in the neighborhood, that would come back on years of the application, and then it would be investigated, and we have to show that we comply with the noise ordinance.
But there's nothing to show that you're not committing, making.
There's no active monitoring, no, that's not something that is typically proposed, it's a lot of make work.
And then the ambient levels that are coming from the interstate.
Mhm.
So is there any way that this is adding to that, it's compounding opposed to just being
Sure,
under it?
absolutely, yes, yeah, no, all sound is gonna add in some form.
Right.
But what we're providing as far as information that is, number one, we're meeting the limits that were prescribed by the town. So in my mind, those were all vetted and take into account the use, the surrounding areas, you know, the sensitive receptors. I talked about in the beginning of my testimony that I found those to be stringent, especially considering that we have other industrially zoned uses around them and that we're required to meet those same limits. But more so, when you look at with the combination of, because we said how decibels add, 50 plus 50 equals 53, well, 50 plus 60 equals 60. And that's because 50 is got significantly less energy that it doesn't influence that. So when we talk about the interstate during its busy hours, commanding levels of 70, 70 overlaid over even our emergency condition of 55 here, you're not gonna hear the 55 as a component anymore. They are still all adding together, but eventually there isn't a return and change.
Yep, so you can say it's not going to be louder, even though the ambient decibel level is compounding.
Correct, yes. The major noise in the area is Interstate 80, will continue to be Interstate 80, whether this project or another project goes in place here, and that's the way the area has developed thus far. Mhm.
Yeah, I have a question. You're talking about infrasound. How much of that is there, how is that taken into consideration, or is that part of the consideration?
Sure, so infrasound is, by definition, it's sub-audible noise. Equipment manufacturers typically aren't able to test at those levels. There isn't a wide amount of data available for it. So infrasound is something that is almost like an overly complex science. So what we have, I've read the articles, I've heard concerns about it. Infrasound was a component for wind farms. The spinning of the turbines did create an extremely low frequency sound. What we see for data centers is there's low frequency content, it's not subsonic. So these chillers, they're typically screw chillers. They usually have a tone to them. It'll be concentrated, let's say 500 hertz, so that has a lower frequency. Humans hear best at 1000 hertz, and so there'll be a tone there. What we're showing is that the magnitude of the level of all the units combined is sufficiently low enough. So in that respect, it doesn't matter if there is a different signature to the equipment, because by the time it gets out to receiving parties, it's low enough to not be a nuisance. It's something that I look at behind the scenes. Your ordinance does not specifically target that. It's requiring an absolute limits around the property line. But because of the other projects we're involved in, we will routinely look at that to make sure that we're not letting loose something that would come back and be problematic.
But you don't feel that there would be any of that here?
No, there's no subsonic noise. Like I said, there might be some low frequency content, and the nuance to low frequency is that the waves are significantly larger, so more energy, right? Like think about your tsunami wave versus a short breaker, and so that low frequency noise travels further before all that energy is dissipated. And so the discussion around low frequency noise is that it can go further to the neighborhood. What we're showing here is that by the time it gets across the way, the overall levels are not only significantly low enough, but they're in a magnitude where I'm comfortable, well, again, focusing more on our day-to-day here, but they're at a magnitude that not only is I was taking too many liberties flipping the board. Again, with this being the nominal condition, how the proximity to Interstate 80 and the presence of Interstate 80, even during the night, Interstate 80 will routinely go over 50. So I'm more than satisfied with the compatibility with this use, and it could be any number of other uses that might be appropriate for this zone. But this does not particularly deviate or provide its own issues. It's just looking at this is how this one is put together versus another one. If we were talking about trucks, we'd be looking at truck sources throughout the lot. Instead, we're looking at stationary noise sources that are on or off. And so in my mind, the focus becomes, you know, what's our baseline and how does that relate to being audible or reactive at the ears receptors.
After construction, if there was a problem, or there seemed to be a problem, could state or federal come in and check it out?
Well, So there are no federal noise regulations, and Pennsylvania just passes the buck down to the municipalities. So that's the way your state interacts from its various levels. But you have your own ordinance, there are limits there, you have the ability to enforce your own ordinance. Normally we see noise codes, which we're talking about tonight, come up in two primary areas. One is, and first and foremost, is what we're doing tonight, is we're doing prospective compliance, we're showing that a site is able to comply with that, and then the intent would be that that's designed throughout to succeed that way. The second one is gonna be complaints. If all of a sudden this is on, and for whatever reason, it's not felt to be acceptably quiet, those noise complaints are generated, your municipality will either focus them through town hall and the zoning officer, or maybe through the police office, and then there should be somebody who is at the end of that line, who would engage in action. And in the ordinance, there will typically be penalties, investigation. It's that attention that gets the things to be addressed.
Is federal or state looking at
Not in,
regulations?
not in Pennsylvania. My business is in New Jersey. We have a state regulation, and so that's more of a top-down flow. And the state wants all the municipalities to adopt the same regulation that they have. So whether it's your health officer, or you go to the state DP, or the county level, those resources would then be available to try to get that to be addressed. But going back to the primary, we see most of the mitigation, most of the good faith, most of the effort all occurring within the approval process, or if the application ever needed to come back for approvals of something else, that's when the reality of the situation becomes most known and then gets mandated to be corrected.
What kind of apparatus would you use to test that noise?
That's sound pressure level meter?
Is that something that's available for the township?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, you know, you get fancy ones, of course, but with your ordinance being purely absolute, we don't need any bells and whistles. Typical $500, $1,000 for a sound level meter. Those get calibrated annually. There's procedures that you follow to make sure that they're working on its own. But that would be the path to do so. I guess let me offer to finish that the post-construction, which we would be required to do. There are nuances involved in doing that post-construction. So we know that if this gets built, and then I'm out there in the presence of I-80, that we have to contend with both of those. So how does one separate the two in terms of compliance for it? So typically, for an application, you might be able to turn it on and off. You would arrange for that type of test to be able to say, with it on, it's this, and with it's off, it's that, and we can do a subtraction to find out what our emissions are. But consequently, especially for things like the substation, right, utility stations get to be turned off, so they told me. So what we would do is we would establish an ambient, right, without the site at a location further away. So especially when we're looking at our sound level contour map here, if I were to come and measure far from the site, but still in the presence of I-80, that to me would give me what would the sound level be without the site's influence? And then we would subtract that from, say, a location A to show whether it was compliant with the code. Because otherwise, you know, in the future, you're gonna go to A and it's gonna be 80, and that's because the trucks are, you know, swinging by. We also might use an opportunity to visit during the nighttime hours when there might be a lull in the interstate, maybe. But that's the idea. We would use those techniques to try to isolate it in order to then compare back to the code. And that would be the fair way to compare it. You wouldn't just say, we went out there and it was 80 and, you know, it wasn't us. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
further testimony, council?
No further testimony, we rest our case, we request that our exhibits be admitted into the record.
Is there any objection to the admission of the exhibits?
I object. There wasn't sufficient time for anyone to review the new information to make a third decision on it.
So we've heard an objection. Ultimately, you get to rule. I'm going to point out this is a land use application. So the rules of evidence do not strictly apply. As I say, there's no rule of surprise, for example. There's no rule of regards to testimony, having to show authenticate documents and what have you. So if there's no, I would, if you have a legal question, I'll answer. I would first see if the board has a motion.
What was the objection? I did not hear.
The objection was that the objector had stated that there was not sufficient time to review the information. She feels that it was provided in too short a time. Now, of course, that doesn't necessarily preclude, have to provide a legal analysis on that, but it doesn't preclude the admission of evidence to be based on land use matters. So this is just for the purposes of the meeting and has not concerned.
And if I could briefly respond, I am aware of at least one common court decision in Montgomery County where the court specifically ruled that the documents submitted in the zoning proceeding, that it's appropriate to submit them at the time of the hearing and they're not required to be submitted in advance. That's the time of the court. It's supposed to be reviewing evidence subject to scrutiny in front of the public. So there's nothing inappropriate about providing documents at the time of the hearing. In fact, in my experience, and doing this for close to 30 years, that's what I typically do every year.
And I would also like to add, if I may, that, making a decision of approval or denial at this point in time without sufficiently reviewing it, it would not be the best interest of the
So
township.
I think your statement, and I would hold that when it's your turn to talk, it's got to be. That's more of an argument for how the board should be making a decision. This is just for the admission of exhibits, okay? So with that being said, is there a motion?
Do you have a copy of the letter submitted by our engineer?
We can, I was actually gonna bring that up as part of housekeeping. There are probably three more things I would add as township exhibits, one of which would be a letter from engineer. I do have that here. Also, I would recommend that we provide proofs of publication. I believe that's the number received by Mifflin Township. I was talking about this about that today. Proofs of advertising publication.
Yeah.
Okay. So I would recommend that we add those as well as a copy of the notice to the property owners as township exhibits 4, 5, and 6. No connection.
We have a copy of the engineer's letter.
No, I believe we just received that very recently.
I just got it this afternoon.
Yeah, so we can provide a copy to the applicant, would provide a copy to the applicant as part of the exhibits. But it's a very, just to express what the engineer went over, it was a very, very short, perfunctory review.
Can you speak up, please?
I'm going to try. I'm sorry, I've got a little bit of a, you can tell a little bit of a cough here. So, just give me one moment to pull this right now. That was, didn't have to be prepared, so I realized. Just- Yeah, so the engineer's letter states as follows. They wanted the noise study, because they reviewed it prior to, there were still some exhibits coming in, earlier today. So they wanted the noise study and the EMF report, which was provided. And then, that was of course provided subsequently to the engineer, although I don't believe there's comment on those yet. Zoning section, regarding utilities, location, availability, and compatibility, that was because the water and sewer hadn't been received yet. Water, was received, so we do have a letter from Aqua, we do not have a letter with regards to the sewer. And then otherwise, it noted the provided documents appear to align with the township's conditional use stipulations regarding environmental, traffic, buffering, and stormwater management. Further detailed engineering review of these factors will be required during the land development process, which would be correct. And beyond that, there was no comment. So that's literally all there was in terms of the engineering.
All the planning questions and answers. Their recommendations. Your advice.
With regards to their recommendations, I think that the, planning commission, let me put it this way, the obligations were, probably met, although that's my take on it, you get to make that decision. But I would say that there are some issues with the base ordinance side of things that we brought up, lack of sewer letter, right? That's probably the biggest, that's almost the biggest thing that comes to my mind. Although we could argue, depending on what you choose to do tonight, could set a new cap if there was a desire to pass something, if there's a desire to reject that, that could be done, or if there's a desire to continue this matter, pending review of that, since this is a process that can be done as well. Those are all options that are available, but we are not yet closed for testimony. So it's not an appropriate time for you to make a decision, because Chiefy gets to take her own presentation.
Okay, I guess my question would have to wait till the end. Because it is a,
So with that being said, we did have a motion on the floor to accept or not accept the exhibits and to add the township exhibits. We haven't had a motion.
I'll make the motion to add those exhibits to the record.
All right, and when we say those exhibits, we're talking about the applicants and the townships. Or, yep, we talked about this before. All right, do we have a second?
I'll say.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, unanimous, motion carries. So those documents will be accepted as.
What did you
Thank
just
you.
vote on?
We can't hear you.
I'm sorry, we were just accepting the documents submitted by the applicant as exhibits. That's it. And providing some additional documents that the township had, like their engineering. And there's not a lot in the engineering, but we read it out loud, so.
Attorney Brandon.
Yeah, yes, ma'am, well, okay, briefly, yep.
Well, I did have a question about the drawings. Can we
So,
still
you-
discuss that?
When public comment starts, you will all get an opportunity.
Well,
and
you're
you can-
already making a motion to
No, that's just,
approve them.
that's just to accept the exhibits, that doesn't mean that we're going to make a decision. We
Okay.
haven't made a decision. It's just accepting the documents as documents we can review, as opposed to saying, for example, it's opinion hearsay, that someone came up with, and they wrote a bunch of mad scrawlings on it, and they're still trying to introduce it. That's literally all this is standing.
Okay, thank
Okay?
you.
Yep, not a problem. So at this time, I believe it'd be appropriate for Ms. Chapin to present her own presentation. She can call her own witnesses, present her own evidence.
I'd like to start out by saying that the application was written and applied for conditional use. Therefore, the conditional use stipulations put forth in our zoning ordinance should be applicable. The first thing is that the applicant operator is not identified. Per section 1101B7, the applicant must provide sufficient evidence, documentation to demonstrate compliance. Material requirements should not be established merely through future submissions, assumptions, or verbal assurances. The ordinance separately places the responsibility solely on the applicant to furnish applicant documentation of this compliance. In 401, the findings have not been clearly demonstrated, but are not use provided for. So to apply under a conditional use application, the use has to be not provided for. The board needs evidence supporting the required findings, including that the use is appropriate under 401. Similar in character to permitted uses, which is why we generated a data center ordinance. Not detrimental and consistent with the purposes of the zoning ordinance. The official filing and acceptance date remains unsolved. The actual acceptance of the application came in exactly 30 days after the ordinance was enacted for the data center. You can look at cases on point, you can go back and forth with what that means. But in addition to that, the application, actual acceptance was incomplete. The solicitor and the zoning, commissioner, zoning guy never actually signed the application, which then it could be argued that it was never duly filed. So since we have two different ordinances placed, the application has asserted the prior ordinance applied, it will verbally agree to comply with the new data center ordinance. The board should expressively determine which ordinance governs, and if 2026-511 is required, make its requirements written and enforceable rather than relying on verbal commitments. There's wrong and inconsistent ordinance citation. There's 401 and 404 sections within the ordinance. The applicant relies upon 401, uses not provided for. By the sheet that they submitted, SC 101 references section 404, which actually governs single-family attached dwellings and townhouses. The legal standard being implied must be correctly and clearly established. The required site plan appears incomplete. Specified unresolved requirements include, we went through these things before, with tract buildings, we have the bearings, the distances, the existing utilities, water mains. There's questions on, some of those things were addressed tonight, culverts, transmission lines, and fire hydrants. And the complete building floor plans. I would argue that the building plans would most likely be complete. There's no documented site plan waiver, so for under section 1101 Charlie, the ordinance allows certain site plan requirements to be waived upon recommendation of the planning committee, but they supplied no waivers. The building size is inconsistent. The application states 400,000 square feet, while the plan states 397,580. The board should establish the actual approved size because it affects parking, loading, utilities, stormwater, and other compliance calculations. The employee count and parking calculation is also unresolved under section 1101 Charlie. The number of employees is listed to be confirmed, while parking is calculated using 100 employees. The board should require the evidence based for the employee count and resulting parking requirement. In 2018, I submitted a conditional use application to put my property, to make it a wedding venue. I went.
Mr. Chairman, everything you said up until now is essentially open legal theory, which is fine. But now that you're going to testify as to some facts or background, you probably should be sworn in. Now we can swear it in.
Okay. Thank you. So I applied under conditional use to turn my property into a wedding venue. I went to the first hearing and I was denied because I did not have a professional engineering outline of the exact, what the barn was gonna look like, what the parking was gonna be. So I had to go hire a professional engineer, come back with the detailed electrical schematics of the barn. The capacity of the barn, which we determined would be 200. And then I had to figure out the parking spots based upon how many people would be in a car and could it establish 200 people. That all had to come back. I was denied the conditional use because I didn't have the adequate documentation. I came back and then was later approved once I supplied the documentation. So that condition still applies here. We don't know how many people are gonna be operating the site. We don't know the parking stipulations. As a case on point, I personally was denied that based upon that warrant and then had to come back later, reapply, pay the fees again, and then eventually after I had the right documentation, I wasn't there approved. So for the access and the traffic information, The new access drives are subject to specific safety and design requirements, and the required plans include location, construction material, and site distance per 1101 echo of the ordinance. The record should establish adequate access, gate and road impacts, improvements, construction traffic, roadway capacity, and emergency vehicle access, not defer these critical details until later. The health, safety, fire protection, water utilities, noise, and environmental impacts are under 1101 echo. The board must have evidence supporting required findings concerning public safety, fire protection, water supply, utilities, stormwater, environment protection, noise, infrastructure, capacity, and compatibility before approval. The ordinance purpose specifically includes health and safety, emergency transportation, adequate water supply, sewer, and protection of aquifers and other natural resources. Even if some of those things were submitted, they were submitted on Friday or tonight, we have not reviewed, no one here has reviewed any of those documents to see if they actually adhere to what we're looking for. None of our engineers are here to look through them and to represent the township. Some of them, the engineers just sent back things asking for more information as the sewer. Planning Commission recommendation relies heavily on future information, conditions, contemplate future engineering reviews, operational summaries, infrastructure information, permits, and other documentation. Those future conditions should not substitute for evidence necessary for the board to make the required conditional use findings now. Verbal commitments must become explicit written conditions. The recommendation incorporates representations, commitments, and testimony by reference. If approval depends upon them, including compliance with ordinance 2026-511, each material commitment should be specifically identified in the final decision, so there is no uncertainty about what the applicant must construct, operate, and maintain and comply with. The ordinance expressly authorizes the supervisors to impose reasonable conditions and safeguards. Along with the fact we don't have the right sewer information, right? We don't have the design for gate and road. We don't have the impact of construction. We don't have a proper site plan. We don't have a traffic study for the Mifflin Township. For 2 to 3 years, there's no analysis done to see what the traffic to our town is gonna be. In addition to that, Bauer has been using construction on all the data centers in this area. They come from Berwick over the Mifflinville Bridge. None of that was even looked at, how that impacts is gonna affect our township. And the board must make its own findings. The Planning Commission recommendation is not itself a substitute for the supervisor's determining that the required standards have been satisfied. The final written decision should identify the applicable ordinance, address sections 401 and 1101 of the zoning ordinance for conditional use, distinguish findings from future conditions, identify the evidence supporting each finding, and clearly state every condition that's imposed. The central question is not whether these issues might be resolved later, it's whether the administrative record clearly presents sufficient competent evidence for the board to make every finding required by sections 401 and 1101 of our zoning ordinance under the conditional use application in which they apply for. I also want to point out, again, the need for consistency in what was denied for me with similar conditions. As a case on point, Archbold, they just denied conditional use application for a data center because the record was incomplete and the necessary evidence and testimony had not fully been presented. I think it's important here to understand that the township does not have to approve an application simply because a deadline is approaching or because the applicant says missing information will be provided later. If the record is incomplete, the supervisors have the ability to deny the application rather than approve it without the evidence necessary to demonstrate compliance with our own ordinance. And again, Salem Township recently chose to temporarily pause the new data center development so they could take the time to evaluate the impacts, ensure the proper regulations were put in place, allowing these projects to move forward. Unfortunately, they learned that the hard way. I think this is important because there's nothing unreasonable about a township slowing its process down, reviewing the required documents, and getting questions that aren't answered. I had several questions. Mark Ryman read the letter for me in the Planning Commission, not one of them was addressed here or in further follow-up with the questions that I had asked. We have to make sure that we understand the impact and have complete information before making a decision that can affect this township for decades.
Okay, Ms. Chapin. So, counsel, do you have any cross-examination of the witness?
I do not.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Chapin. Do you have any further witnesses?
Can I ask a question?
Yes, absolutely, that's.
When you applied, did you apply under a special exception or a conditional approval?
I think it's a conditional approval. I think
Are you
actually.
sure about that?
Who was Mr.?
Oh, yeah, you can go.
They're closely related.
Yeah.
And what is the, you had a building that was already built versus
It was
something
gonna be
that's,
completely redone.
but I mean, the size was already there.
The size was there, but the engineering.
Size was there.
It was the
Right.
capacity though, it wasn't the size of it, it was.
Right,
it was
it's
capa- So
what
it,
you were gonna put in the building.
right, and it really had to do with.
And they turned you
parking.
down because you didn't know what was coming.
I didn't have
down
an
the road.
exact number,
Okay.
but it was more about the parking, because without the exact number of capacity, you couldn't figure out adequate parking.
Right, okay.
Any other further questions from the board? Okay. Ms. Chapin, I was going to ask, do you have any other witnesses that you'd like to identify?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any exhibits or documents that you would like to provide?
I had several exhibits that were sent to you via email by Rick Brown.
You would like to make your emails to the municipal board part of the record?
I would.
Okay.
Did I have an opportunity to see those?
It's all the things that you actually, it was the things that you actually applied under. So it's all the documentation that you applied under to include, an application that was never signed by the solicitor and the zoning, and, just something you had submitted, and then my, legal memorandum of all the issues with non-compliance with our ordinance.
So I think the, for the township, obviously, we don't have a problem admitting things in terms of what we have internally. And the applicant provided things now. I think the applicant's concern is, you know, even with short notice, there's no copy. Is it possible for you to provide a copy of those documents to the applicant? All right.
I mean, you can send them exactly what I'm over.
So, but you don't have a hard copy right now?
Not.
So, all right, well, I mean, that's, the motion is essentially to add Ms. Chapin's emails as exhibits. I suppose there would be objectors 1, 2, and 3. I know there's an objection to those exhibits on the basis of the document provided. To the applicant, who is the landowner, and has some right to review those types of things prior to acceptance of things. So everyone understands land use applications, it's the property owner submitting the plan whose rights and interests are potentially being impaired for the benefit of public health, safety, and welfare. So typically, we wouldn't, submit something that wasn't either an internal, township document or provided to the applicant.
Can I email it right now? I mean, I didn't have time to review any of this stuff before I had it submitted to me. If I send an email right now, in this meeting,
Attorney Scholsky, if she was to email you, not me, you, those documents, would you be capable of reviewing those on your phone?
I have no idea what
Would
they
you be capable,
comprise.
just would you be capable of reviewing? They're just emails.
Yeah, I'm here.
and I had no, I'm purchasing this.
Well, I'm just saying, would it be possible for you to review that so you don't have to make this a big thing, since they're simple emails, they'll be given the weight.
Okay, I mean, I'll just have a standing objection, but I understand when it, given the weight that it deserves.
Okay, so there's the possibility of that, gentlemen, but I leave it up to you as to whether or not they would be acceptable, submitted, if provided that Ms. Chapin immediately emails a copy of the attorney.
I don't have a problem with being admitted.
All right, so we would admit those then, as I think there were 3 emails, is that correct?
Well, it's one email,
Well, there's
with a
one
lot
of
of
them.
attachments. It's,
So we'd say,
if I had internet, I could show it to you, but for some reason, even my phone's not.
Is there documents that are hearsay, that are articles, that have somebody else
No,
said
it's
that?
just-
I would say that your first objection is you haven't seen it, to know whether or not you object. But let's also say, would it be fair to say, counsel, that, because this is an unusual situation, would it be fair to say that you would object to them if they're at all hearsay or in any way, and of course, the rules don't strictly apply, so we can still get them as exhibits, just understanding that they're hearsay exhibits,
They're hearsay, and I don't have the ability to cross-examine,
right.
that's the other.
And we don't have the ability to cross-examine any of
Well,
this.
you do, I mean.
We don't have enough time to review, we don't have an engineer to say on this.
At least I brought a package for you.
That you cannot review, and
We don't wanna turn this into a back, this is technically this council arguing over this. Let's have a decision by the board here, as to what we wanna do, and then we're gonna go from there. So the board,
I read through them all, I have no reason to believe that there would be anything that's just, so. I would make a motion that we enter them into the record.
Okay. We have a
I mean,
second.
we could take that up as an objection.
Right, there's an objection on the record.
yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Mostly
No.
summarized.
Noted, we have a motion,
I also read them, I'll second.
all right, all in favor?
Aye.
So we're going to accept those documents into the record, although, you know, you are going to provide Attorney Scholsky immediately a copy of those
Would you like me to send those? I can talk, if I have internet. No.
Do you not have internet? Does no one have
I
internet?
just don't know if my phone will be able to open up an attachment for
No, it's not. Yeah, I know, and you'll also, you'll have to, you're gonna have to provide them.
Save them as Word
Legal
documents.
recommendations,
I got a different computer.
say that really we should make a motion not to include them because they have to provide the applicant. The board can do what they want, but they have to do that legally.
So I'm gonna go, can I get your information? I'm gonna run outside and get internet connection and then send that to you. Can I do that?
Yeah, you could do that.
Okay.
All right, well, and just understand that, you know, this is, it's kind of a highly irregular, situation. But, do that as soon as you can, because we can't close any of this out until you get back. Although if you don't get back within a certain period of time, we probably just say, okay, you're not coming back, so. Go, but come back. Motion to accept them, but we wanna make sure, I don't want there to be any more prejudice to you than there already potentially is in that scenario, okay? I'm not saying that it's a good situation, I don't think it's significant, but, you know,
I mean, I think we're okay from our end.
okay, if you're willing to accept that?
Hold on, wait, you need that, you need that.
I'm, no, I'm just writing on it.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Okay. Let's just stipulate real quick on the record that you're gonna be fine with the, object for providing those emails.
That's fine.
Okay. In that case, there was nothing further, so thank you, Ms. Chapin. You can rest, and, board, if you have any other final questions, now's the time, because after this, we're going to open up to public comment before you begin the application.
We don't wait till after public comment.
You can ask questions after public comment too, but we're gonna be going to public comment.
Yeah.
Anything that you want to.
One question I did have was on water use. You see the water level, I mean, the water use has dropped dramatically from early on. But is there a way, and I know you can't answer this really well, but let's say there's a real drought emergency. Would there be provisions allowed that would allow recycled water to be used, trucked in, so that the residents, you know, let's say we're in a severe drought, and, you know, we gotta cut water usage around town. Using water that comes out of the First Joint Sewer Authority to run the computers, or to cool that computer equipment, not drinking water, nobody wants to drink sewer water. But, you know, what are the, you know, like, cause I know you're gonna have the storage tanks, is there any way that those, like, cause already Aqua's selling more water and trucking it out of town than what you're gonna use. Is there any way that that water can be trucked to you from 3 miles away and put into your tanks that's recyclable? Oh, yeah, it's being dumped, he's very, very adamant about it. You know, I mean, it's water that's being dumped back in the river.
Yeah, so Steve Rowley, yeah, the answer is yes. I mean, in an emergency situation, we'll definitely work with the city or figure out, you know, a solution to do it. I mean, the fact that it's a closed loop, you're really talking about just the employee, most of the drainage
Most of
is
the
the
water
employees
is-
and toilets and hand washing and that, after it's full and then it's there for the, fire suppression and emergency
Yeah,
services.
I understand that, but I know there is some usage for cooling. I mean, it evaporates or you lose some.
Yeah, you lose a little bit, you change out the water and
Right.
pipes, yeah.
That's all I had. I just wondered about that, whether that was, because everything went to a closed loop system now, which is something I'm gonna add, put down the road. It's now, what's gonna be the standard, you know, that was significantly reduced the amount of water.
Okay, but one of my questions, of an operator, you not have the ability to basically do any of this if you're not an operator. Did I misinterpret that? But anyway, if, they're getting this to sell to an operator, I'm sure this is the first time this happened. So there's gotta be some verbiage somewhere in there that can be acceptable to,
Yeah.
but that was our first objection.
Yeah, I mean, first off, she's just trying to blow the deal up, but this happens all the time. So the landowner usually works with the developer, who works on the entitlements and then gets kind of the plan put together. And then the final group that comes in, that's the end user, well, there's two things. Could be a final user that owns the building and they operate it. It could also be like, an apartment building owner, like big REIT, big real estate investment trust that owns a lot of data centers across the US and has tons of different tenants inside of it. So this could have one tenant or it could have, you know, 2 or 3 or 5 tenants inside of it and a company that kind of runs that. And one of our sister companies actually does that, owns and operates data centers. So it wasn't.
But anything you're agreeing to,
Would be-
anyone you're selling to is gonna have to assume every responsibility.
Absolutely.
You're accepting.
Yeah, as a buyer of real estate, if I could get rid of all the other obligations, like that would make my life so much easier. But that's never the case. So if I go and buy a data center and they've got 10 rules, I've got to obey those 10 rules. So there's no like, let me sell this, get out of jail free kind of concept.
Because if it's just the verbiage there, it should be corrected, so no.
I mean, it's the operation of the building still has to operate to code, and then we've agreed to some additional stuff on top of that would still kind of be grandfathered in, and they would have to abide by that.
But anything you're agreeing to is gonna be grandfathered in.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You're acting in good faith as is the
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying, even like the next buyer, they're 100%, like.
But I don't want that to be an objection.
Well, she's trying to find any objection she
So
can.
never mind that, we know what she's doing, we know what you're doing, we know what we're gonna do, or we will finally.
Yeah,
But I don't want it screwed up over work.
yeah, I understand, I mean.
Anytime we have a developer come forward and we develop and we go over those plans, we accept those plans, we put conditions to those plans, they then sell to someone else, it's no issue. Those people understand that's their responsibility, as everyone here does.
So 100%, that's our understanding, and that's what we're agreeing to. So if we need to work with Solicitor Brando to get some language in there, we're totally willing to do that.
It can be arranged.
And the other thing, if I could just clarify, that's very common, is when you get to the point of land development, the conditional use, if there's any zoning decisions, all those conditions are gonna be listed on the plans itself. So when the plan's gonna get recorded, it's gonna run with the land, so the conditional use.
This is just step 3 of step 20.
It doesn't run with ownership, it runs with the land, zoning runs with the land, so.
carry on to the next property owner. As a matter of law, we,
So that'd be legally binding, in that.
it will be requiring by force of law. So as council just indicated, if they sign off on the plan, which has to be only at the end of the process. The permit requires actions, actual conditions, followed by the plan has to approve all those conditions, except the plan. So that was kind of that much important, to ensure that these are record, all land that becomes covenants, finds in the plan. So, you know, that'll be very,
Second point, I have one more 6 months. Second point, objection to compliance agreement stating theirs was verbal. They said they'd do a written compliance if they're gonna agree with the pull in first zoning ordinance, or the first ordinance. So the fact that we've been dealing with both ordinances seemed appropriate to me. Seems a good way of working out everything. And, okay, it's verbal, but it is gonna be written, so I don't see that as a problem.
it's what's been testified to.
Right.
So it become part of the approval, right?
Right. They're agreeing to everything and as far as the ordinance.
Yeah, ultimately, the board will issue a written decision with conditions, and that's what the conditions we agree to, so.
Right.
If the board of directors should post that as a condition.
Okay. Third situation, should we have site plans? Every time I sat and looked at, something to approve or not approve, there were plans submitted. Why don't we have site plans?
Because we're not to that step yet.
Well, what's the step? But this is,
We do have a plan of, it's 6 or 7 sheets, it's exhibit.
So let's, real quick, a little bit of background education, so everyone's kind of on the same page. There are multiple stages in the land use process. There's zoning, which just says, is this use permissible? What type of setbacks? What type of conditions do we apply? But it doesn't really get down to the nitty gritty of tell me exactly where everything is. Where's this kitchen sink relative to this doorway? Does it meet these height requirements? Are they uniform construction code, IPC? None of that comes into play as of yet. All of that is going to be for building, and that will come after the saldo phase, which is when they have to go into the subdivision and land development. And that's when you really get into things like, what are the environmental impacts? Do you have these permits for DEP? Where are you going to put everything? You have to give us as-built plans and all that stuff that says exactly how it's going to be built. So the order of operations is zoning permit, saldo, ultimately a building permit, and then probably a submission of as-built plans for approval prior to anything going through occupancy. That's roughly the order. So that way we're not gonna have everyone thinking it's all this one moment.
right, you're not gonna have site plans because we're considering conditional.
But just to clarify, our conditional use plan set contains 8 sheets. We have conditional use existing conditions plan, conditional use site plan, conditional use fire truck turning plan, grading, drainage, and utility plan, soil erosion and sediment control plan, a landscape plan, and lighting plan. So we do have 8 sheets that are, have a significant amount of detail on it. Obviously, as Attorney Brandon mentioned, it's gonna be for the engineer and design, design plan development, but we do have a very good head start on the process.
And even to go further, this is the biggest we're gonna build. So we're not saying, you know, if you wanna cap us at 400,000 square feet with that, you know, like that footprint, like that's kind of what we're saying. It might be a little bit smaller, but we're not gonna come back and say, hey, we wanna build 800,000 square feet.
Can I also make a point though, under our zoning ordinance, under uses that aren't zoning those other places, under conditional use application, it gives all of these caveats of things to apply, which I went for. So you can say that, but our procedural ordinance requires requires these things for a conditional use application period. That's what our ordinance says. It specifically governs what has to be submitted.
Okay, yeah, and you cited certain provisions, and that's something that the board has to consider as well as the relative applicability of these different portions as well. So, with that being said, gentlemen, are there any other additional questions at this time, or should we open it to public comment?
What she just said, conditional use, do we, if we approve, do we approve pending site plans?
So,
Or that's just progressive thing we're doing?
So the thing, you could do a lot of different things, like I'm glad you threw that, but that's a legal question, and if we can deal with that, I think at the time of decision needs to be made. I think right now it's probably a good idea, unless there are other questions directly about testimony or the facts or materials presented, and we open it to public comments, that we have the opportunity. It's dark now, the sun is gone, people hear a lot.
Well, when people sat here for 4 hours, and we answered questions, and we talked to everybody, and they try to make everybody happy, and then they get on their stupid ass machines and say they were dismissed, nobody answered anything, nobody let anybody talk, nobody made any progressive decisions, you know, so, I don't care if we say here at 2 o'clock.
There are enough, not too long, if I'm listening.
Right. You got
Let's talk to Kristen about this. I mean, and let's go through this point by point. You're saying that on the site plan, the application for conditional use shall include a site plan of the proposed development as set forth below. Such site plan shall be drawn to scale sufficient to do a title block. Okay. I mean, that has that.
What are you looking at right now, Rick?
Where they put this up? I'm looking at 1101. C, site plan. Conditional use. This is where she said, and I think Ray's hung up on this a little bit too. Kristen, would you explain to me where they're locking on these drawings?
You have the ordinance in front of you.
Are you just looking at number 10 in that?
You have it in front, right, approach.
Yeah, I have it.
We can, and council would like to approach a lot, we can set a council moment where you go to code to see. Supervisor.
No, look at, this is the one, no, we're going to section 1106. Okay, so we're looking there, so number 1, okay. We went with this, all right, we went this,
technically, the meeting is still ongoing, we have not adjourned, we haven't done any sort of, so to speak, we have to, it really should be for public, just to be clear. So you guys should be able to hear this.
Should we all go up there and have a round of PTO? What? Should we all go up there and have a round
response from the floor, and then the board can take it under advisement. All right, would counsel and the objector please approach? You both get to stand up, you get to stand in front of the board and make your arguments. I don't know, but this is what it is. Ms. Chapin, Ms. Chapin, you're up. And really quickly, just so we have this on the record, I know the public wasn't able to hear all of that when the two parties were essentially talking directly to the board and it became a little noisy. So I'm gonna make this really clear. They have a disagreement over the interpretation of a provision of the zoning ordinance. They're arguing about the legality of this and the applicability of that certain provision. They're going to make that public statement now so we don't have conversations off the record and the public can participate, okay? All right. Whoever would like to proceed first.
I'm just responding to whatever you were
Okay,
saying.
so my first point, looking at the ordinance, is under 401, it says use is not provided for. One of those things says, in addition, the proposed use may only be permitted if the use is similar in character to and compatible with other uses permitted in the zone where the subject parcel is located.
All right, these aren't closing arguments. So I'm not looking to have, let me be very clear. I don't want people doing closing arguments right now. This is close to a closing argument. All I want is specifically, what provision are you relying upon? How do you feel that the application doesn't meet that? And whatever their response is, we can read the actual thing itself, okay? So just very short statements on both sides. Let's get to the point. We want to let the public have their opportunities to weigh in.
Okay, I guess my point with that is that it didn't meet the criteria for conditional use application because there wasn't other uses that were similar and they should have applied under the data center ordinance to begin with.
But our data center ordinance does require conditional use.
Why did we make data center ordinance and they didn't apply under it and it came in exactly 30 days after it was enacted?
I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about,
I'm making points that.
wait, you can't have it both ways. They're either in the old one or they're in the new one.
Well, that's my point.
Which way is it gonna be? In the old one or the new one? You're going both ways.
Well, that's exactly my point. We have conditional use ordinance and then you're gonna bring another ordinance in, it's like double jeopardy. You're on the two.
Okay, so
Conditional use is, it's in the old one and it's in the new one, so what's the big deal?
So.
Conditional use is required for anything out there.
Right. Well, the point I was going to make is whether it's under the old or the new, if they had come under the old and they offered the position that they are going to abide by all the terms of the new, they've essentially provided all the conditions they're abiding by. So it doesn't really matter what they're under so long as they're agreeing to abide by those terms. So long as they're agreeing, just to be clear. If there are any particular terms, either in the new ordinance or the old ordinance that you feel are being violated, we'll just cite that, explain why, and they get to cite why they think not, very quick, and then we'll do it that way.
Okay, burden of proof shall be upon the applicant to demonstrate that the proposed use meets the foregoing criteria and would not be detrimental to health, safety, and welfare of the neighborhood where it is to be located. Submitting those, we have documents that are still out there that no one has reviewed that were not submitted as part of this. For our
Which documents?
Well, we have sewer application that no one looked at,
Right,
and my other point is that no one's reviewed.
no, what other documents? What other you've got the sewage, what other documents?
And you read off an engineering document that was submitted that they looked at and no engineers reviewed them at all, that weren't reviewed.
Okay, so you think there needs to be time for engineering review on the documents that relates.
That's right.
Sure, okay. Your counsel?
Just in response to that, the sewer, the testimony demonstrated that the sewer authority did in fact approve the release of the bill served letter, just hasn't formally done yet. My understanding is that the meeting tomorrow night is expected to be issued then, but it was approved, that there is sufficient sewer capacity, so the evidence established that criteria was met. And in addition, that was under the EIA component, which we did submit a comprehensive EIA report, and we recognized in the beginning of our testimony, we said, as I've said numerous times, we unequivocally will comply with the new ordinance, but some of those items
So
will be
just,
done at the time of land development.
I appreciate the good faith argument, just from a legal point of view. What's your legal argument to her contention that
Chris,
Well, I said that with the sewer, that we did provide the sewer, and then she's mentioning general health, safety, and welfare. And all of our testimony tonight supports, all the evidence that we've provided supports that the use is not gonna be adverse to the character of the neighborhood. In fact, there's much more intensive uses that are permitted by right.
So general health, safety, and welfare are relevant to this, I understand.
Correct, and obviously,
Okay.
as you know, you can't deny a plan based on subjective general health, safety, and welfare criteria.
You definitely can't do it on subjectivity. Ms. Chapin, anything further with regards to, potential violations you wanna bring to our attention before we have a vote?
Yes, again, the parking size and number, the fact that the operator, it says, person who will operate the facility is what it says in our ordinance, we say not.
Okay, so,
where in that ordinance that you're holding right there, does it even talk about parking? It doesn't. I've read it. And I've read it, and I've read it, and I've read it.
Then you should know.
No, you still have to read it all the time.
You got a data center, it'd be easier.
I just wanna make sure we're talking apples and apples, and that what somebody says isn't what's in the book.
right, we don't, and that, this is the thing, I don't wanna hear any factual arguments, policy arguments, anything. This is a pure legal argument. Cite me the statute, give me the standard, tell me why it does or doesn't apply, go from there, and that's it. That's all we're listening to right now.
But otherwise, 6 months from now, or a year from now, there's some Superior Court judge reprimanding us again.
Okay, I will state my piece on the point where I was required for conditional use to apply those things.
You feel like it wasn't properly applied to your case, or at least it wasn't evenly
At
applied?
least the precedent set.
Precedent set, okay.
And the point to that though, is that the number is not known how many people would be there to determine that. So that's the biggest factor, is we don't know how many people are gonna work there, and how can we determine the rest?
So what we're gonna work with is, your argument is essentially, you know, you need to have a more specific parking, and frankly, feel the precedent is set with your case, which is the legal argument, so you'd ask us to look at the decision of your case. Is that correct?
Right, well,
Counsel?
I would just say that unequivocally, the evidence demonstrates that he projected for the worst case scenario of 15 employees. And the plan demonstrates that with the parking that was shown based on worst
Is
case.
the board obligated under the law to review her case in order to determine whether or not we're applying this?
I think that's completely irrelevant to the case that's before this board.
Right.
Whatever was done, I have no idea what her case was, that has no relevance to this proceeding.
Okay, so those are the two arguments provided to the board. Next item.
Okay, so then, we're under criteria for review of conditional uses, echo 4, whether the use will create undue nuisance or serious hazard to vehicles or pedestrians. The nuisance, we have a traffic impact study that did not include any part of it as well, and we don't know where the traffic impact is coming from. So, traffic impact study should have included.
Where,
So
I have one question. Can I ask a question?
Right, yeah, go ahead.
Where does it say in there that they have to have done?
I'm saying.
That is never done at this level. That is always done at, when we get to the land development phase. I mean, we're trying to.
They did do it though, it did include it.
I agree, they did.
They did it, but they didn't look at how it's gonna
Right.
affect the town, and I think that should be submitted now before we move forward.
And we'll,
So your argument, again, I don't wanna hear policy arguments, legal arguments, are they obligated to submit that? If so, what is the standard?
Whether or not it will create undue nuisance, or
Where-
serious hazard to vehicle or pedestrians, such as property.
Within the, okay, so you're
Yeah.
saying they didn't meet, right? Okay, counsel.
With respect to the traffic, the report was prepared in accordance with PennDOT standards, which is all that is required. And which typically is very stringent, by the way. Regarding, again, you're citing to the, general conditional use standards, and just so the board is aware, I'm sure your solicitor will provide you with the standard proof. The applicant only has the burden of proof of demonstrating compliance with the specific ordinance standards. Once they do that, the use is determined to be inherently beneficial and suitable for the character of the neighborhood because the legislators themselves deemed it to be appropriate by conditional use. However, the applicant still, did put on evidence of this, of these general standards, but really the evidence, the burden switches to the objectors to prove by preponderance of evidence that the use would create, an adverse impact more so than another similar data center use. So it's not that you're comparing the data center with the residential development, you have to compare apples to apples. Here there was testimony, our engineer provided testimony on all of these requirements in the ordinance. We talked about, obviously we had extensive evidence put on about the noise, with glare, lighting, landscaping, that it's compatible with the surrounding area. It's in an industrial zone, where else do you want this type of use but in an industrial zone? There could be much more intensive uses there. And he also put on significant evidence about the ingress and egress, the parking, the pedestrian, and all those items that are in this standard, even though technically these are not the burden of the applicant to demonstrate compliance with.
Okay, thank you, counsel, that was your legal point of view. That argument, any other arguments, legal arguments?
I mean, I'll argue that the actual site plan is not, and then we need to understand traffic impacts holistically. Eaton Road, how is that going to be used, or what materials are used, how is that gonna be enforced? And the material that they submitted was today, like I said, we didn't have time to review it,
So your point of view is that the site plan is deficient?
right? And it doesn't have requirements.
Because it doesn't have a detail for the conditional use, which requirements are those? Section and verse.
First of all, number one, we don't have the operator.
Well, there's no operator right now, that's my understanding, which is fine, because it says operator, but there's nothing there, we can't lie to us. So what else do we have?
Let's see, some of the, when I asked some question about, existing building sewer, the water main culvert, transmission line, and the fire hydrant, I think so, I don't think there's any there, those are the answers that he didn't finish, for some of those things. They're relying on, okay, we're gonna get this updated, but what's there right now, how?
I think we're talking about the difference between zoning and planning in terms of plan detail, but if you have something very specific, then we, let's hear that.
Well, the plan is any proposed sanitary sewer or water systems and water supply systems, we don't have a sewer application, nothing was exhibited as evidence, and that is under.
I think we talked about that,
Right.
maybe that was the very first objection, that was the first
Did I
argument.
give you the site?
You can give me the site,
Okay,
yeah, you have the
it's
site?
under that, yep, it's C9.
Okay,
And-
great. Very good. Okay, so we have the arguments made, we've already argued about the sewer. Anything else, are we good? Okay, great. Thank you both, appreciate the legal argument, the board will take it under review. Not someone zoning here.
This is the zoning book. So you have.
Is that?
Oh.
No, that's
No,
yours.
wait, that's
Let me
mine.
see that.
Oh, that's-
Let me see yours. Can I just see that for a second?
This one?
Yeah.
If it's hers, I'd have.
Well,
to
no,
do
it's not
it.
mine, it was handed to me.
Okay, all right.
But what does it say on the cover?
This is just got handed to me, this one says, this one, I wasn't here.
2014?
This was, we handed this to me?
Yeah, it's a 2014, same thing as supervisors adopted in 2021, January 1st.
It absolutely is not. That 2014 was actually a draft that was
Yeah,
changed.
it's the same language you people adopted, it's on your website right now. I don't care, Rick, go with your website word for word, except the first part of this
I
thing.
think
Now,
this
don't
is-
start trying to change
No.
in the middle of the street.
Sir, can I have your first and last name for the record?
There we go.
My name is Pete Deal, I live at 17 Pine Road, Nescapac,
Can you spell your last name, please?
D-I-E-H-L.
Thank you.
Yep,
I mean, if you'd like to compare the two,
I did. And you look at your website, that has the current zoning on it.
So,
this one's,
I think this is a good opportunity to move it on to public comments.
yeah, go ahead.
All right, let's go ahead and move it on to public comment.
Yeah.
As always, let's raise hands, we'll call names over there, sir. You're just the first hand that I saw, so.
Yeah, my name's Robert Jones, I live on 108 Oldfield Drive. The first question that I do have is what was presented tonight, as well as the initial application and also any subsequent, things that were submitted, where are they available for the public to see?
They'll be available at the municipal building, okay? Some of these things were obviously just submitted very recently, within the course of a few days. So having these physical documents will be tough, but supervisors should have a copy of all of these electronically. They've all been provided to the municipality. So if you go to the municipal building during regular hours, you should be able to request a printout of them, whatever that cost of the printout might be. You could also do a right to know request, but frankly, our municipalities are really good about handing them over when they come in.
Okay, so this is where I put the objection, where I agree with her that there's not enough time to read through it. Supervisors have not had enough time to read through everything to be able to make an objective decision as of tonight, so I'm gonna, object to that as a citizen says that, but let me ask a question, and it doesn't have to be to supervisors, it could be to outriggers. You guys published a presentation back on July 6th that had the word confidential on it, but somehow it's out on Google. And it stated a few things that I wanna kinda get clarification. First, today, you mentioned 250 megawatts. In that presentation, it was 180 megawatts, so which one is it? And which one is it on the application?
It's 250, is he, am I supposed to answer here, or what's going on? It's 250, but I don't know, I wanna follow the process.
Because on your July 6th presentation, it says 180 for PBNL or.
Was that something that was filed with people?
No, that was a marketing piece.
They're trying to sell to somebody.
But,
It wasn't a township.
No, nothing official.
The second thing is, in that presentation, some marketing, which is a sales presentation to potential operators, is that you state in there that you already have approval. Zoning approval, how did that happen? How did you already have zoning approval?
I have to keep answering?
You don't have to answer, it's public comment. So, just to be clear, the parties have gone, so this is public comment, which means so you can ask questions. They can choose to respond or not respond, the board can as well. You can also make statements yourself as to what you'd like to see happen, or whatever it is. It doesn't have to be, direct questioning of anyone.
Okay.
So, we worked really long and hard with the council and with a lot of, members of the public to get the, infrastructure, what's the updated
Format, maybe the format.
No, the technological infrastructure ordinance.
Right.
So that was what was being referred to there.
It says digital infrastructure data center zoning ordinance passing.
Yeah.
Sounds to me like that's what we're talking about now.
No.
Zoning's already been done.
So the ordinance is actually, sir, the document that regulates the use.
Okay.
We were looking to update it because we didn't specifically address data centers in our existing ordinance, all right? So we made sure that there was an ordinance to provide for data centers and also specify the specific requirements for that use. That's what I'm trying to say. So that's what the ordinance is.
Okay.
But this is actually a use hearing. So this is where they're looking for the permit from the zoning side for the use.
Okay.
To be able to do this project. And then there's
Yeah.
other stuff after.
Can we get his full address on this one?
I think it could.
108 Oldfield Drive,
Where?
Bloomsburg. Mifflin Township, on top of hill.
You're Mifflin Township?
Yes.
Okay. All right. That's fine.
Why, who's questioning?
Just to be clear real quick, and that was actually a question by Attorney Lucius here up front, but just to be clear, we're not going to limit, public comment to just people in the municipality.
Yeah.
But we do want you to provide your name and where you're from, so that we can sort of weigh that when the board is making their decision, okay?
Other question I do have that, again, you don't have to answer if you don't want to, but in that same exact presentation, you said you had strong local and statewide political support for development through the city of Mifflin. So it's kind of like, it's kind of deceptive, or I don't know, maybe you guys have already had conversations and you already have their statewide and local development through the city of Mifflin support. I just think that's kind of, you know, a little deceptive. Yeah. So I just wanna put that out there, I had some questions, you don't have to answer them if you don't want to, but I wanna at least put that out there for public. No. I have it, if anybody wants, it's also on the, Facebook.
Alright, so, alright, we have other hands, sir, in the middle there. Yes, you, yep.
All right, my question is, would this whole project take place if the township didn't agree to abandon that township road? Yes.
Would the project?
Because the data center right now is saying that they're gonna move township road.
They have to seek the permission of the municipality, obviously.
They have to obtain.
That's above and beyond even this.
What was that?
That's above and beyond even this hearing, because even if it's granted, it would have to be subject to any road movement approval being obtained, through the Board of Supervisors, because they have to make
Right,
certain
so
determinations.
how do we know that that's gonna be done unless they've already agreed to it?
We have.
Yeah.
Well, this is it,
That's-
so how is all this taking place if they haven't given approval to abandon that road?
So-
First off, secondly, have they got the easement for the high tension wires that's running through the valley and the new ones that's gonna come in there near the road where they're gonna put it? Do they have an easement from PPL for that?
Well, they show the utilities on their plans, and whether or not they have the easement or not, I'll let them speak.
Was that supposed to be done also conditional use?
Yeah, they have the utilities on the plans, the easements for the utilities, they do, I think, have interconnection there, which is shown. But I'll let them speak specifically to it. What I will point out, I wanna get back to your original thing, I'll let them talk about this utility thing. What I care about is this municipal road thing, just to be clear, that is a separate thing that has to be done, it's not, we're not gonna be pre-approving that at this meeting, that has to be part of some other stuff that will happen. This is just the use, they're explaining what they're gonna do, because our ordinance says you have to do it for the use. And the question is whether or not we permit the use and what the requirements are gonna be, one of which would probably be, we'd have to approve any movement.
So they're going to use the data center without knowing whether they can fit it in there or not?
This
is just
isn't
a zone.
approving the data center.
Right.
This is just approving the use.
Right.
This is not,
the difference there.
there's a big difference. None of that will happen until land development time. I mean, that's what everybody doesn't understand here. There's many more steps before we, under land development, they would submit that we wanna move the
Okay.
road. And that's when the township would say yay or nay.
Their idea here, the whole thing here, is they're applying for conditional use,
Right.
correct?
Yeah.
The conditional use is so that they have the opportunity or permission to use the land to build that data center, correct?
To use the land as a data center.
Well, what are they applying for?
To use the land as a data center site, but they don't have permission to build or do any land development until they go through Sullivan.
I think
Just to
you're, you know,
differentiate between the two.
the whole thing is that they're gonna put a data center there, that's what they wanna do.
Yeah, that's what the use is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm saying, how can they apply to put something there if they don't know it'll fit?
Well, they can apply for the use, it's kind of like if you say, I wanna build a house on my lot, right?
Okay.
But I don't know who I'm gonna get the house from, I don't know who's gonna build it. But I know where I'm gonna put it, and I know what the setbacks are gonna be, I know roughly what the plan is gonna be.
Right.
So you go in there and you tell them, here's roughly what I wanna do, but I don't know for a fact it's gonna be like this, cause you have a contractor who's gonna come in later, maybe they'll do it.
But you know whether it'll fit or not, because of the setback requirement.
Right,
You
yeah,
may
yeah,
know-
yeah, the setbacks and stuff
You
like
may
that.
know where it fits,
Right.
but when you go to apply to PennDOT for driveway ordinance, they may say, no, you're not gonna put it here, you're gonna.
That road is a whole nother can of worms anyhow, cause it's only a 10-foot road.
I agree.
And they're gonna do what kind of development there to widen it? You've got a creek on one side and a historical site on the other. Now, how are they gonna fit a road in there where 2 trucks can pass?
And they do have some permitting requirements, and one of the things promised during the planning commission meeting, sir, was that they would engage in an archaeological study to make sure that there's no historical sites.
I mean, that is exactly why you have land development after this. Because you can, all this is giving them permission to move forward. Okay? This isn't saying, you're gonna build a data center there tomorrow. They got a whole lot more steps to do before they even get close to that. But the road is not something that you do at this time. It just isn't. You've been around planning enough.
I've been around it enough to know that you have to, when you submit plans, it's gotta fit the setback requirement. And that is the only way that the township approves it, the plans is laid out in front.
Right.
This thing here that they got right now will not fit there unless the supervisors agree to abandon that road.
But we can't do that here. That's not what we're doing here. That is land development down the road. I mean,
Well, he's saying that, he's just saying their plans already show.
but that doesn't matter. We have to, we're doing conditional approval right now. We're saying that this fits that area. So that's all we're doing today.
So just as a reminder to the public, if you're going to speak, please state your name and your address before you speak, before you say anything, just so that we have that on the record, okay? All right, ma'am, all the way over there.
Can I ask you to come up front, please? Just right there is fine. Thank you.
Nancy Fisher, 311 West Third Street, Mifflinville, right where the trucks are gonna go. Attorney Brando.
Hold on, I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name, my apologies.
Nancy Fisher. Mr. Deal brought it up, and that's what I was gonna mention to you. We have, historical cemetery there. It's not being shown on any of these plans,
Right.
which it should be. Are you aware of that, Steve? 1700s, it's called Brown Cemetery, and we are paying to have it surveyed ourselves, because I don't quite trust the survey here, but it does not meet those setbacks. It is within, so it is on the Schaefer property. And just like Mr. Deal said, where the road is going, the land goes down that hill. Probably half of us have been up to Brown Cemetery, we're all aware.
So,
That's a bad trip.
Well,
so
go up with me, right?
Oh, I know.
Yeah,
I've been up there.
yeah, I walk it, I drive, but.
that will certainly be part of the land development process, because it would be a condition of the permit, as
Okay.
opposed to planning commission.
What will happen is if they come to land development and they can't get the road wet, or we don't approve the road to go this way,
Well,
They
I'm
gave you
just
their
saying, Brown Cemetery, the hillside
Oh, yeah.
goes down to that road that they're talking about.
it's very steep.
We do the Wreaths Across America up there, we maintain it, and like I said, it was developed in the 1700s, so.
It actually is on their list of property owners. Stuff.
Oh, good. Adjoining property owners?
Yeah.
Yep. That's it, thank you.
Okay, ma'am?
Patty Ferocious, 301 West Pine Road, Nessatech. I do live in Mifflinville, have the Nessatech address. Just wondering when the studies were done, for the traffic, what day of the week, what time? Anybody knows, if you're down there 4 to 5 o'clock, you're sitting in line and trying to get off that ramp. That ramp gets backed up, you put 2 or 3 big trucks on that ramp coming off, you're gonna have cars lined up on the interstate. Who's responsible when a big tractor trailer comes through and kills a few people on that highway? You can't do anything with that ramp. There's nowhere people are going to get off to the side of it. I think that's something that needs to be considered with that. The other thing was days and times for the noise study also. That interstate is not a constant noise, okay? There are times, yes, I hear it, and it's loud, and there are times that it is not. A lot of it depends on the way the wind's blowing. It is not constant at night. So when we're giving these levels, and we're saying, oh, because the interstate, no, that interstate doesn't hold true for those levels at all times. So when were they
You
done?
want him to address that?
Yeah. When were they done different days, just one time?
No, we surveyed for 48 hours across a Friday and a Saturday, and what's that?
Well, there's a lot of traffic on Friday and Saturday.
Well, they weren't specifically chosen to be high traffic. The idea to talk about ambient is not to talk about it on this date and time, there was a specific thing. We're looking at the big picture. So everything I talked about tonight doesn't say that it is this level all the time. There's highs and lows, everything in between. And we did touch upon that in testimony tonight. So hopefully you didn't take my testimony to say that the interstate only does one thing and one thing all the time.
Okay, but when we're starting to compare levels, is it loud at times? Oh yeah, it's loud. But there's other times you don't even hear it and stuff too. So if we're getting a constant level. And the other thing you had said was there was a low level hum with the station there.
The transformers, yes.
What kind of decibel level are we saying is a low level hum?
Far below all the other equipment. It didn't even register on the map. Transformers 125 hertz.
Yeah, like, I mean, what does that sound like compared to an air conditioner running?
It's just a low frequency hum, but
Right, but compared to something we
so
know.
so you already have substations within municipality. I don't know exactly where they are, but I'm sure you pass by them. What we do is substation analysis only for that part of a project when we build a new one. At the property, like at an adjacent receptor is where we're most concerned. And there's nobody within hundreds of feet from where these structures are placed. So I was hoping to minimize their presence. We included them so that there wasn't an unknown, because I'm appreciative of how our imagination is gonna run wild. But the transformers are just low-level background players, and even if you were to go to the site fence, if you were to have access to it, you would just be able to hear them. They're not gonna broadcast far up the site.
Okay. But, I mean, going with what Kristen said as far as the traffic study, I mean, that is a point too, if they're coming out of Irving or wherever they're coming from. I mean, we don't have a light, and up here at the intersection, and that's bad enough at times. You get it backed up, the truck, well, when there's an accident on the interstate and they're all coming down from Nestor Path.
But
That's,
I think the point though, sorry to interrupt, but like the point is, the alternative could be 1,500 trucks by right.
I don't wanna hear the alternative. It's what's going on with this. We have to protect ourselves and for the safety of the people in town. Hey, I could own, you know, a $500,000 home, but I don't. I have to live with what I have. So, you know, I don't wanna hear what might be, and that's what we're getting a lot of. When, in fact, with the data center footage, when this was originally brought back up, and I had it on my notes at home, I forgot to bring it in. It was set for around 250,000 square feet, and now we're double. So it might be this, it might be that, it should do, we're saying we're going to do this. We don't have specifics here, and we need this stuff in writing and specifics.
Ma'am?
Hi, my name is Charlene Zimmer. I'm at 88 Hopnagle School Road, Nescapac, Pennsylvania. I have a couple questions. One of them has to do with the sound. Does the low frequency sound affect wildlife, animals, and does it affect human development, human sleep? Because I'm hearing, and from my research, it does affect the wildlife, it does affect facilities.
Yes.
Can you address that?
Sure, so all those studies are true, but we also have to then compare it to what magnitude we're talking about. And if you're in close to the data center, if you're on a data center property, you will hear low frequency presence. When you are 500 feet away, as we're showing in our analyses, that falls off with distance, it gets lower the further away you go, and so there's no negative impact associated with that.
That's not true, because even 40 to 50 can cause headaches, sleep disruption, like,
We're just.
you're on maps will show 40 to 50.
Wait. We've got this lady, it's her turn to talk, you'll respond, she can talk, and then sir, we'll get back to you, and then you can provide your name and your address, but right now it's her.
That's fine, thank you. No, this is our concern too. That area in there has been used for hunting and wildlife. There's a lot of beautiful nature there. And it's very disturbing. We don't want that to affect the animals. We don't want to affect our children. We don't want to affect our sleep.
Sure, and
These are concerns.
I'm here providing testimony that says it's not gonna negatively impact any of those things. I understand that everyone is hesitant to make comparisons, but acoustically, let's just compare it to what's there. It's an active farm. And so we have tractors, we have fertilizer spreaders, you have all sorts of equipment that is currently producing its own sound levels. I don't know what they are, I'm not here to talk about them as an expert, but those are, they've already established impacts to wildlife, to the public, to everything, right? We're looking at a noise code here it's in a vacuum. It's set and said at the property line, we shall not exceed that. So first and foremost, that's what we're here and we've dedicated. We've also gone beyond further to say, and by the time it reaches any resident, it's even at a lower level that I professionally feel is acceptable and protected. So you can compare my testimony here, how we've discussed it tonight. You can certainly find things on the internet contrary to that. I can never tell whether coffee's good for me or bad for me because it depends on what day of the week I read the newspaper, but it's in perspective, and information that's out there that is fear-mongering has to be then applied laterally to this project. So I agree that we could find low-frequency analyses that interrupt development, things like that. This is 1,000 feet away from the nearest receptor. The presence of Interstate 80, regardless of whether it has highs and lows or everything in between, has already established a baseline of impact that everyone has now tolerated, right? It's a risk acceptance. Like I go into the ocean and there's a chance that I'll be bit by a shark, but we've accepted that risk, and so we tolerate it.
Well, it's a concern. I think many
Understood.
people here have expressed that, especially people on the other side of Route 80. We are on the industrial side. The other people on that one street with the Jehovah's Witnesses, there's children along there, there's families, you know, and that's they're gonna hear that probably more than we will, honestly. Also, this is for maybe, Mr. Rando. Can our supervisors request a testing or monitoring of the decibel levels? Can they request that in the application? That it's done like routinely?
I mean, there is a requirement that an operation report be provided annually in the enacted ordinance, which the applicant has provided that they would be willing to abide by. So I suppose it's within the ambit of the supervisors to say that as part of that report, they would want to make sure that there was noise tracking at a certain time each year, just to make sure that it was being consistent.
So it's only once a year?
They only get a report annually.
Okay,
That's
so could
understandable.
our supervisors on their own routinely monitor so that we don't have to complain? Shouldn't be to that level.
We could buy the equipment and have our code officer,
Would that be a consideration that you would consider?
equipment with that
We
expense.
could also do the monitoring, right, which is what,
And what's the penalty if they break the decibel level?
if you violated the ordinance, so they receive a notice of violation. If you give them a certain amount of time to either correct that violation or appeal the notice, you then have to file the municipality's planning code, which is state law, which supersedes any municipal law or local law. And there would be a hearing process, potential appeal process, and ultimately, if they were in violation, they continue to be in violation after that time, there would be the issuance of citations.
Okay. Now, February, March, when we started all this up, the application was from like, it's gonna be 2,000 to 300,000 square footage. And now we have a building that's double that, like it was said. Do our supervisors have the authority at this point to say, you can come in with a data center, but that's a little bit too big for our area? Do they have that right at this point legally?
Well, if they're going to make an argument as to the size, there are only two, if you're asking a legal question, and if the board wants me to answer that, I'm more interested in the answer.
Oh, yeah, sure.
So there are only two real, let's say, legitimate ways to establish that. Number one is, we could look at the record from the planning commission and say, you have to keep it pursuant to the envelope submitted. If the envelope happens to be smaller for the project site, I don't know that it will be, because probably regardless of the size of the building, I don't know that the site's the same, since it's the boundary lines. The other thing that they could do though is if they could establish, or if there was competent evidence to establish that the size of that building was going to represent a threat to public health, safety, and welfare in some unique way to that particular project, they could do something about it. The problem is, we've already accepted all of the evidence tonight, and the only party that submitted evidence is the applicant. We have that folder here. So I don't know that there's, and it's a determination for the board to make, but they would have to actually see something in here that would suggest that consideration. It's not a matter of testimony, it's a matter of documentation. Ma'am?
Can I move around? Sorry. I'm Alex Swearman. I'm at 1014 Ray Street in Escapet, but it's really Mifflin. So I thought Mr. Brown made a good point asking about which tier of diesel generator would be used, because I've been doing some research on them, and there is a huge difference in like orders of magnitude between the pollution between a tier 4 final generator and a tier 3 generator. And so I was just going to, I don't know if I can ask this Donna, if we could require that they use a tier 4 final generator in order to reduce the diesel exhaust. Environmental diesel exhaust can cause Alzheimer's, COPD, lung cancer, other cancers, ischemic heart disease, vascular problems, arteriosclerosis, and myocardial infarction. And people that live near the interstate already get a lot of diesel pollution. And last time we had a meeting, Mr. Rowley said that it didn't really matter that much that the generators were going to be there, because those people already live near an interstate. But everyone knows that it doesn't cancel out, it just adds up. So those people are already going to have their health impacted by the presence of the interstate. And these huge, and I think someone said maybe 75 of these huge diesel generators are going to pollute a massive amount. Tier 1 generators are the most polluting, tier 4 are the least. And I also have like papers that show like a chart of how the tier 4 generators, I think, produce 90% less exhaust than the other kinds. So it would be perfectly reasonable to require that they do that. And the other points I was going to make was that there was a lot of talk of the diesel generators only being used in an emergency or a power outage. And I have these if you guys need to look at them. But this year, 4 different times, the Department of Energy has ordered and required the data centers that are here in Pennsylvania to run their diesel generators for 24 hours a day, required by the government to do that. So these diesel generators are not usually under the tightest guidelines, because they're supposed to only be used for emergencies or under 100 hours of testing per year because the exhaust is so harmful to people. But I added it, I looked at all the different dates that were on the Department of Energy's website where they've required for days or like close to a week at a time to run these generators. And it was 384 hours of time that data center emergency diesel generators were required to run. And I don't think that in the future they're going to require, well, let me explain why. It's if there's a lot of pressure on the grid during heat waves because everyone's using their air conditioning, then the Department of Energy has the ability to require the data centers to run their diesel generators to alleviate some of the pressure on the grid so that we don't have blackouts. But the people here are going to experience a lot of the particulate matter pollution that can cause a lot of like really serious like heart and lung problems and Alzheimer's and stuff. And the I think it's like the nitrous oxide pollution that causes the smog and asthma. They'll experience a lot of that during all of those extra times, and it's not like there has to be a whole big power outage for the diesel generators to kick on. If it's hot in summer, they're gonna kick on. And they will run for 24 hours, violating the noise ordinance where we said it couldn't go over 50, and then they promised that, oh, only in an emergency would we have to kick on all those diesel generators. But apparently this year it would have been already 384 hours of usage, and half of that would have been at night, violating the noise ordinance, based on like the testimony that we heard today already. And let me just see if there's anything else. The people that will have to pay for this are going to be the people who live near that. I forget exactly who, but someone lives very near that site who has COPD, and she's gonna have to pay for her medical expenses. And other people are gonna have to pay for their kids' asthma treatments, or heaven forbid, like hospice care, something like that caused by this pollution. So we need to figure out a way that we can solve this problem together and require that they use Tier 4 final generators so that those other people don't have to pay for it. And just another small thing, but my neighbors are very sweet Jehovah's Witnesses, and they can't come here because like I don't think they're allowed to come like do political things. So can we just like sneak in there not to do extra testing of the generators when they're in church? Like we could do that, right?
Do they have a Sunday service?
I don't know. I think they do it, they like go to church, I think Sunday and Wednesday, but we could look it up. They'll come to your house and talk to you and tell you all about it, but we need to just like look out for them and not like, if it's at all possible, we could just sneak that in there. But we very much need to require that they use the Tier 4 final generators, which are perfectly acceptable for what they need. They're just more expensive to run. But that's not our problem.
So,
And I have some papers that show like my sources. So you know, like the government things and an explanation of the diesel generators. And a little chart that shows this big square is like the other kinds, and the little tiny squares, the pollution is the pollution emitted by the Tier 4 final diesel generators. Like 90% less pollution, it just costs more to operate, but once again, I don't care.
okay. Real quick, actually, I think that there's some of this issue is addressed in the documents that were provided to the municipality. So I wanted to give the applicant a chance, if you'd like, to address that line of commentary / inquiry. Mr. Dredge, I believe you'd be the only person who could testify as to this. It's on page 9 of 16 of your report that you signed. It's the, that shows the emissions there. You explain what the expectation on the emissions is. I think you have 3 categories. You've got CO, which is carbon monoxide. You've got VOCs. You've got your NOx there. Which you was mentioning before as being her concern, and PM10, which I'll admit to, straight up, I'm not familiar with the statistics. Petroleum chemical price.
So, some of the discussion regarding air quality was done with input from, Fred Osmond, who's the president of the Osmond Environmental Solutions. He provided some data that we've included in the EIA. I think what you're referring to is a chart that looks at different, types of pollutants, expected emissions, from the site, and compares it to, data that's available, from the county for the year 2020. And so it's just kind of comparing, showing that the expected emissions of these particular pollutants is, a very kind of small percentage of what, is in the area now, in the county right now.
When you say small percentage, I can provide, if you don't mind, I'll just provide it to the public here so you can see as best as I can provide it. They provided this graph in their environmental impact report. It shows you the green lines are not what they're producing, that's the county as a whole, or those pollutants. The red lines are what they provided as far as their expected total emissions. All right, and obviously the documents will be available here as well for your perusal. Do you have any reason to believe, Mr. Dredge, that that's inaccurate representation?
No, I don't.
Thank you.
But that would increase if they're going to these other rules.
Yeah, they're showing what the expectation.
Right. But the expectations would change dramatically if Pennsylvania's making them run at a higher level. And there's nothing we can do about that. Because anything we say would be vetoed by the state. But what she's saying about the better generators for the safety feature, if we could put that in somehow.
Does the applicant know what type of generators are expected or have anything to say about the generators that were recommended in public comment there, since the board is interested?
Yeah, I think we ran it on 2s and 4s, a combination of 2s and 4s. And the way that it works is you permit it, a max hour of like 500 hours is what your permit is issued for. So I actually don't think you can just keep running your generator above what your permit is, even if the state requires it. And the data that we've included here is at the 500 hours, so that's the maximum emissions that's on there, so. But the expected emissions is significantly less.
Yeah, expected emissions is that blue line, is that correct? Which is essentially right on the line.
Yeah, like, we couldn't even make the graph, it would take up more than a page to even make it show up, it was so small.
Right, and then the maximum possible is the red.
Is the 500 hours is what your permit's for.
But what
Is
she
that
said.
500 per year?
Yeah.
But what she said about the more expensive generator.
Yeah, I think we're gonna do a combination of 2s and 4s, or 3s and 4s.
Thank you.
Yeah, we also might have some batteries, I mean, there's a lot of, other technology that's not included.
Sir, you, right there, yep, you bet, yep, you got it.
Can I have you come around front, please?
Oh, I can't walk.
Oh, that's okay, just project.
John Karshner, Tetlerville.
Thank you.
The one thing I didn't hear tonight, I heard a lot about the water, closed loop. I did not hear, I heard chillers, I heard generator cooling. Is there containment in case there's a leak? Those chillers, are they just using water or using other chemicals in the water? And if there's no such thing as a closed loop, you're gonna have a leak someday somehow. Been there, done that. So what happens if there's a leak? And what is your contamination procedures? Is it all going to the sewer or is it going to the environment, which is a concern? What's your procedures?
Very well, sir. Does the applicant wish to answer? Water disposal procedures?
Yeah, I mean, so one, like the diesel generators, they're all super highly monitored, so if there is a diesel leak, we would know about it really quickly. And then there's spill, there'd be cleanup.
I think the gentleman's question though was specifically for the, you correct me if I'm wrong, sir, but
The coolant fluid.
you're
Do
talking
you have a
about-
contamination, are you going to plan on building a contamination center if you have a major water leak? Like you say you have a closed loop, how many gallons per minute are you flowing? If you have a leak, you can have a lot of water real quick on your floor. Been there, done that.
Do you have a secondary containment?
You have secondary containment.
Or do you not? For both chillers?
Who would be best to answer that, you or you?
I think they'll
As far as-
figure that out.
It's more related to the building.
Yeah, I mean-
But a lot of, it's been my experience, a lot of industrial uses need I wanna make sure I get the term right, it's spill prevention and containment plan, something along those lines, where there's very stringent guidelines of, if there is a spill or some type of contamination, there's a plan in place to, quickly react to that and contain it.
And I'm sure that the intention would be to implement something. I think the question being asked is there, what would the plan be? Or what's the rough outline of the plan of these facilities?
Yeah, I mean, until we know, again, until we know exactly the number and exactly the layout, it's hard to give you what the exact plan is. But I think part of the ordinance requires us to file a plan with the city and coordinate with the city, so we're absolutely committed to doing that.
I'm just gonna, for clarity's sake, with the municipality, with the township, right?
Are there chemicals put in the water?
What's that?
Are there chemicals, is that water treated to cool, like a chiller is not regular water in my mind. Chillers is a colder water, that you're chilling something, you're making it much more colder, that's my experience, I ran one. What kind of liquid are you using in those chillers?
I mean, again, there's a ton of different chillers.
Like
different kinds of
glycol.
liquids.
There's many different cooling, that's very hazardous to the environment. So I think for them to ask for a permit in our township, we need the right to know what chemicals is going in that water. Thank you.
And that definitely. And again, that's a land development. That is.
Oh, no, that has everything to do with this permit.
Right, but that's where they, not
You
this.
have a right to say no to a chemical in this township.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I understand that. And that's when, this is just talking about zoning here. When it gets to actual building and they submit plans, that's where all that information has to be put through.
All right, so how about the containment part of it though? I think that there
That'll
will
all
be.
that'll all go through engineering, our engineers will have to look at it and decide. I mean, the state has building codes that they're gonna require them to stick to.
Okay. May I ask one more question, please? When the first meeting I was to, someone brought up about ground vibration, that these facilities have ground vibration that can go out miles. Is there truth to that?
That's
Was
what
there
he was,
studies
that's
done?
what he was talking about, that infrasound. That's what he was talking about right there.
Is it?
I thought it was sound from the,
It was sound from the.
I'm talking vibration in the ground.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I can address that. So no, there's no substantive vibration that will transmit off-site, right? Think about the things you know in your day-to-day life that create a lot of vibration. A garbage truck driving down the street, tractor trailers are currently present on I-80, right? All of these are massive, moving, rotating equipment that causes vibration. Now, the vibration of those motor vehicles transmits through the rubber tires into concrete, and then in hard surfaces, vibration falls off less with distance. But as soon as it goes into earth, it's significantly dissipated. So I don't have any concerns over the equipment located on site here transmitting any sort of tangible vibration off-site, given its location, its distance to receptors, the fact that there's earth in between. There wouldn't be any vibration off-site from on-site equipment.
Veronica Grassimoff, 33 Cabin Run, Nescapet.
Can you spell your last name?
Grassimoff. Alright, you stated you have a lighting plan that you submitted. How many exterior lights are on that? What's the lumen
26 pole mounted lights throughout the site, and then, 19 on the building itself. And so, as I mentioned before, we're within the ordinance requirements. When you get to, the property line along Interstate 80, there's, I think the levels are at like 0.1 foot candles, which is negligible. And then, I think it's down here at this intersection, with Dayton Road, it was at about 2.0 or so.
And then how high is it projected upwards? Are they all gonna be
No, they're
facing
all,
down?
they're all down, yeah, they're all, down, they're all shielded on the sides as well, to help any sort of, nighttime pollution or anything like that.
I
Light
really,
pollution.
I like my dark skies, and Mifflinville's bad enough, so this is gonna really contribute to it.
All right, any further, sir? Over there, yes, yep, moving into the only hand right now.
Louis, Illinois, Shiner, SHIPTR, 104 Oakville Drive, Bloomsburg, it's Mifflinville. My understanding is during this whole process or whatever else, you had a planning committee. And on that planning committee, there was people that said, yes, we're gonna forward this to the township supervisors or whatever. I guess I have a disconnect here with this 397,000 square feet and 30,000 square feet that SunPulse wanted to do a couple months ago with their Potter Farms endeavor, which didn't materialize, and I get that point. So the people on the planning committee, and there were several people who were very, very much against the 30,000 square foot shed, I think is what they called it. Okay, so basically said that, but somehow, way, shape, or form, they're okay with 400,000 square feet that they recommended push through for you guys. Kind of a little disconnect here. I mean, I just make that as a public comment. It doesn't make sense.
Well, I can answer, I can't speak for them, I don't know what their thoughts were, but the difference is that this belongs in that district. They were trying to put something in a district that it didn't belong. The major difference.
Understood.
I mean, they wanted to do basically a variance, and variances are almost, ask any attorney, what I've always told is variances are almost never approved. Conditional approvals are almost always approved. Because all you're doing is saying, the condition, this does fit that district, this is where that belongs. I mean, if we said, the question I ask people, and I asked Ron just on Saturdays, I says, where would you put it? Where would you put a data center? We have to allow them somewhere. By state law, you have to allow a data, not necessarily a data center, but any legal business, whether it's a landfill, sulfuric acid processing plant, a junkyard, you have to allow that somewhere in your township. Municipality planning code says you must do that. So my question is, if it doesn't belong in the industrial zone, where does it belong?
In another township.
What's that?
In another township.
I would gladly say that, yes.
Oh, my name's
But
Louise,
legally,
that.
you can't. Yeah, Ron.
Comment?
The other.
I'm sorry, he was.
I only get one?
No, go ahead.
I want to follow the rules here. There seems to be a lot of them. Just unload. So, you represent the township and
Yes.
the taxpayers.
I very specifically represent the Board of Supervisors. Only the Board of Supervisors, okay? And sometimes people say things like, well, you're our attorney, and no, sir, I am not. I have been hired by the municipality to represent the Board of Supervisors. Not
Only because of the data center.
No, I represent them regularly.
She represents this row of people here.
Correct, yep.
And Al Lucius is here because?
He represents the property.
Represents them.
Just curious. Seems to be a lot of attorneys here. We're
surrounded by legal people.
Just wanted to be sure I understood who was who.
And like it or not, you refer to you guys, well, you guys represent you guys.
I hope
Hey.
I hope that is
Hey.
a true statement.
It is a true statement.
I hope it is.
But that doesn't mean I agree with you.
I didn't say you had to agree with it. I hope that's a true statement. Thank you.
Like Mr. Brown said, there has to be something.
Do we have any other concern?
Ron Zimmer, 88 Hopnagle School Road. You referred to me to the question you asked me, Rick, and I'm going to tell them the answer I gave you.
Okay.
The data center belongs in the industrial zone. However, from day one, the four of you sat and negotiated with the data center, asking them if that met the conditions they needed to get a data center.
Yeah.
Never once did we sit and say, what do you people want in that? Kristen had to write an ordinance. She had to write the ordinance. Look at Montour Township's ordinance. More than 1,000-foot setback all the way. Height restrictions. Yes, it belongs in the industrial zone, but we were supposed to determine the conditions that it came in. And if we said it's 1,000-foot setback all the way around and it doesn't fit, then you need to go somewhere else.
Yes.
Now we've compromised. We've compromised and we've been prejudiced against the people on that side of the data center. Everybody else gets 1,000-foot setback, but not the people on West Street and the people that live beyond them.
Yes.
The whole process should have been, we will write an ordinance and you can decide if it fits in. Not what do you need that we can write an ordinance for. Now, the final comment that I'd like to make is, what is the distance from the data center to Mrs. Aiton's house?
I believe it's about 1,250 feet from
No, it's
building,
not.
from building to building.
It's not
What is the distance between where your power's coming in, not the substation, your switching station? What is the distance between that to her house?
That I don't know off the top of my head. All
Okay.
I know is
And
that from building to building.
I would ask the
150.
supervisors,
The power lines are closer than ours.
I would ask the supervisors to find out what that distance is, and I'd also ask you to go to supplementary lot regulations. The only place I can find in there, talking about people's yards, but it's the only place I can find that refers to auxiliary buildings or structures. So if the switching station is an auxiliary building, auxiliary structure, is it a building or is it not a building? If it's a building, then it needs to be 1,000 feet from her house. And I don't know that it is, and I'm asking that you guys find that out.
You can give us that number by looking at your drawing? Measuring?
They're pretty much on scale.
Scale,
So between now and HUP and like I said,
Have them out all day.
Hold up, I know everyone wants to have a conversation. We have not closed the record. We need to make sure that any conversation here is not a personal conversation, but a conversation made for the record on this hearing. I believe the board has, supervisors had questions for the applicant. Go ahead, Mr.
You said it's not there's no building there.
It's like a subs.
Just a fenced in.
It looks like a substation.
Well, it isn't a building.
Okay, then go to the Article 5, where it talks about front yard, side yard. It's the only place in there that talks about auxiliary buildings, auxiliary structures. And that's the category it falls on, and you can determine whether that's part of the zoning ordinance fits or not. I don't see how you can say the building has to be 1,000 feet, but the other part of that structure can be closer to Roseanne. She's the one that's affected most by that. She gets to get up and look at it every day.
If I recall correctly, during the course of the conversations that were had, part of the reason that the substations weren't being treated the same as the principal structure is that for them to operate, they have to be closer to the power. It's just as a matter of principle. So that's kind of the rationale for that, because
I understand, but if it falls under the 1,000-foot setback, then it can't go there.
I think the way that we describe it, let's see here, in the modern ordinance, is that the technological infrastructure would include data storage and processing facilities, which is data centers and substations thereof. So the data storage and processing facilities is the data center and the substations. So as far as this is kind of a legal question. Let's take a look and see what we have here. We're looking at the current ordinance. I do have setbacks, that's one. All infrastructure buildings and towers, so we define as buildings and towers, shall be set back a minimum of 1,000 feet from residential buildings, school buildings, parks, or other similar sensitive land uses to mitigate noise. So we did say buildings or towers. Whether or not that would constitute a building or tower, I think, depends upon the definition of building in the existing ordinance, if there is a definition, if not, common.
I'm sure you'll twist it around to make it work.
I'm just explaining how the ordinance would be read. All right, do we have another, sir?
Yeah, one more question.
Sure.
It's a clarifying question, I actually wanted to ask the engineers. Robert Jones again, 108 Wolford Drive. I know you mentioned tonight that the height of the building cannot, exceed 65 feet. Does that also include like the HVAC units and any kind of cooling things are on top of that? Could that go even higher?
No, I think, and let me take a look at that. That's again a legal question, so 1 second here. I'm pretty sure 65 is actually kind of a hard cap. So I'll take a quick look for you. Water towers. The height of towers, antennas, and others shall not exceed 65 feet in height, except when necessary for operational reasons and authorized. Unless the Board of Supervisors of Mifflin Township authorized it and said, okay, we understand this is, you absolutely have to have it for safety reasons. You don't want to have a situation where you're going to exceed it by, let's say, a foot or something, because you have some safety mechanism in place, and people end up being hurt because you didn't have one. That's the idea behind that provision. Only if the applicant, proves by preponderance of the evidence that such height limits must be exceeded of operational necessity, they won't create a hazard or a nuisance, and the exception shall not pose a risk to public health, safety, and welfare, but even then it can't go above 70. So it's 65 is a hard lock, but you can get to 70 if you have to, because you've got to do it to make this operational and safe. Okay?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, I just was looking at the data center ordinance, if you go back to the you already read saying that all technological infrastructure, buildings and towers shall be set back a minimum of 1,000. And then there is a definition for technical infrastructure.
For the infrastructure.
And but
right,
this is, yeah, and this, that's the word that it uses there.
It
so this
uses
is-
technological infrastructure, buildings and towers, right? So
This-
it's a subset of tech, so you've got technological infrastructure, which is the thing, and then buildings and towers, it's like castle parapets. A parapet's a part of a castle, but the castle isn't all a parapet, right? So it's technological infrastructure, buildings and towers, so it's for buildings and towers. Whether the substations, which are essentially electrical conductor units, constitute a building or a tower, I would leave to the supervisors, but I think
But
that's.
definitively, can I read that, what it actually says under the definition?
You can read the whole thing.
Yeah, so
Yep.
for technological infrastructure, it says, technological infrastructure shall mean any physical and organizational structures, systems, facilities, and technologies that support and enable the development, operation, the maintenance of advanced technological services and functions. This includes, but is not limited to, communication networks such as cell towers, broadband cable, satellite system, data storage and processing facilities, data centers and substations thereof, power generation and distribution systems such as renewable energy installations, substations, and energy storage facilities, transportation technologies, including electrical vehicle charging stations and autonomous vehicle infrastructure, as well as environmental monitoring, smart city systems, and any other infrastructure intending to support, enhance, or facilitate technological advancement and digital connectivity. This definition shall not include conventional consumer-grade residential technologies or Internet of Things systems. I think it could be argued that that would be considered technological infrastructure.
Understood, you have an argument. Okay, thank you. Ma'am.
Roxanne Shiver, SHIVER, 104 Old Field Drive, Bloomsburg, Mifflin Township. Why are we allowing them, as this gentleman spoke up, and said, why are we allowing them to dictate that the center can be 65 feet tall with chillers on the roof? Why, similar to Montour County, why are we not limiting it to 45? Or why are we not keeping it smaller, quieter? You're saying we have to allow it, which, you know, sounds pretty absurd, but if we have to allow it, then why not change our focus to make it so it's gonna be a part of our community that we can live with? I don't know about the people in this room, but I moved to this community because I love the farmland, I love the trees, my boys were Eagle Scouts in this room. And this is the community that I raised my children in, to be productive citizens, to pay their taxes. Why are we letting this corporation dictate what they're gonna put in our community and say, look, here it is, live with it, because they're gonna give you $7.2 million a year towards your taxes. You know what, we're paying our taxes now, they go up every year, it's part of life. Why are we letting them dictate what we're gonna have in our community? I don't understand it. Do the people of Mifflin Township need to get an attorney to file appeals, file whatever we need to file against this whole action, or do we need to just work with these people to have something that's gonna be reasonable, that the decibel level is going to be lower? I don't wanna listen to a hum, I don't wanna sit on my porch, there was nothing addressed here, I happen to live on a higher elevation, so I get the perspective, I get to look down on this wonderful little data center and have it light up my night when I'm trying to look at June bugs in my yard. And that's what I purchased my home for. What can we do to start over and find reasonable solutions instead of letting big business, big corporation, selling multi-million dollars, people that, you know, a few residents becoming wealthy, and the rest of us have to live with the consequences. Like Grace said, the supervisors are working for us.
before we put, ma'am, I'll go with that.
Can I come forward a little bit?
Karen Wall, 29 Needle Lane, Nescapeck, and I'm in Mifflin Township. My comment is, she asked the supervisor the question, but I'm not hearing any response from any of you. I would appreciate a response to her question.
There were multiple parts to that question. I can respond to the one you
I'd like to hear Sam's response.
Yeah, I'm gonna respond to the one legal point because they can't make it, and after that, they can respond however they would like. But with regards to the question about appeals, I would say that if there's any person who has a vested interest, obviously at the beginning of this meeting, we offered people to make themselves party. One person did, allow herself to take advantage of that and be made a party of this process so that she could participate in that regard. But with regards to what appellate rights you might have in relation to a decision, what I would suggest is that private citizens who have an issue with it should look to private counsel. So that was actually an apt statement of the law and the proper procedure, which is you obtain counsel of your own to represent your interests as adverse to other applicants. So that's the only legal aspect to it. Now, the rest of that is a bit more political, I think. So I leave that to the supervisors to respond to. I believe that that's what you're asking for your comment.
Well, I would, yeah, as she said, the supervisors represent us as a community, so that's why I feel like I would like to hear what they have as representatives of their community.
I'll try and answer. I mean, at this point in time, I think we're past that, unfortunately. I mean, we could.
Why?
Yeah, why?
It started out at 250, now it's 400.
They lied to us over and over again. Why was it not our right to stop it?
Why did they come the other week with wells drilled or shown on the plans? Why didn't they come with an accurate drawing?
So let's hold up for a moment because we got a lot of responses to Mr. Brown's statement, but when he was asked a question, the board gets to respond. And if you need public comment, you gotta do the raise your hand, state your name, and address things. So right now, ma'am, your public comment, your question is did they respond, and they get to respond.
We have a certain time frame that we have to respond to things. This one here, I think it was 100 days from, that's neither here nor there. But either way, I mean, if we stop this, if we just say no now, we're not gonna allow a data center.
I guess my question
What would
is
happen?
why was that decided?
What would happen?
Limits to the size,
It's-
like she was
we're
saying.
past that.
It'll file a lawsuit, it'll file a lawsuit, see.
Our ordinance says what it says, okay? So we have to try
The ordinance
and.
says the limits,
What's that?
the ordinance says the limits
Yeah.
can be,
That's what the ordinance says.
but it doesn't have to be, right?
So
You
it
guys
doesn't
are
have
the
to, if they're
ones
willing to
that said
build a
that.
smaller one, yeah. But if they come in with that size, that's what we have to rule
You
on.
couldn't say no.
You can't. I mean, I don't know. That's a legal question that I don't have an answer to. I mean, does our ordinance need to be tweaked? Most definitely. But we have an application on the table, and we can't retweak it now.
So you're gonna.
Had we got this ordinance or the application before, I mean, we can argue back and forth whether it was before or after, it was a day. I don't know, they're willing to live with the new ordinance, they can be 35 feet and no limits. So we had to pass something, we passed what we thought was good. We had no idea, we haven't been through this before. We did what we thought was right. We've learned from that, and now the rest of that valley needs some tweaking. But we're here tonight for a conditional approval. This isn't approving that they're gonna build something there. I mean, we're down the road, I mean, there's still land development and all, like you said, there's probably 20 more steps that have to happen before.
You already told us we're already behind the eight ball, we've already gone beyond
What,
that.
I agree with this one.
Right, so now you're telling us we're still early, but.
Well, we are, I mean, we can't go back on this one. That's what I'm saying. They filed either under this ordinance or the old, one, whichever way you wanna look at it. I mean, it was a day in between. Some people feel they got it in under the old ordinance, some people, they say they got it in under the old one. But they've agreed to go by the new one. So, which way do you want it? I mean, we can go with the 35 feet and there's no rules at all. Or we can have them stick with the new ordinance and have some controls over what we have.
Rick, is there a limit on the size in that ordinance or not?
Nope.
So that could be adjusted, right, the size of the building?
They've agreed not to go above that.
I'm
Right.
sorry, let's, reminder here, we have a court reporter. Please state your name and your address before making a comment. Also, please wait to be called upon. Sir, you're up.
Robert Jones again, 108. Question is actually for you, Mr. Brando.
Yes, sir.
I know that you represent other data centers and other townships.
In other townships, yeah.
Yeah. My question for you, well, yes, my question, because you might have the answer to it. How come our townships are able to kind of do a moratorium for a certain time period, but we can't?
Yeah, so I can talk to you about moratoriums, let's talk about that.
Yeah.
So, in some municipalities, you don't have what's called a catch-all provision. We're not one of those municipalities, we have a catch-all provision. You're probably wondering what that is, I'm happy to tell you. It's a provision in a zoning ordinance that says, if we haven't defined this use, then it's permitted as a conditional use, but de facto, somewhere where it fits, okay? And then there's very, very loose language with regards to it. Those are catch-all provisions. They're there to prevent the argument that Mr. Brown brought up, which was we have to have a place for every use. If you don't have a place for every use, you have the possibility of being subjected to a surprise curative amendment, and someone can put something wherever they want. So to get around that, municipalities have what are called catch-all provisions. They're provisions that say, if you apply under our ordinance, we're going to treat your use that is not defined, and data centers were not defined in the old ordinance, as being a conditional use application in the zone that you're in. We're gonna compare it to other similar uses in that zone. And there was as Mr. Brown was saying, very, very light restrictions on that. We passed an ordinance to try to get around that. We couldn't do a curative amendment because we weren't in a situation where we could honestly say we don't accept data centers. Our ordinance did accept data centers, albeit as a conditional use. So to try to make it more specific, we adopted the ordinance that we have now. That's the reason for the entire process that we've gone through up until now.
Okay.
That's the primary reason for this.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, and even the Concerned Citizens Group hired their own attorney. And he said on the record at the other hearing that there was no way we should be doing a conditional or a curative amendment. Because we do have places for them to go. Yes, Kristen?
Yeah, I mean, could it be argued though that now that, so since we put our data center ordinance into effect, they applied exactly, got the application 30 days later, and you get into the dates of when the ordinance was actually enacted, that when, at this point, we could put a memorandum into effect because we have a data center ordinance, and it could be argued that we had one at the time that they applied to. I went through the dates and the timelines, the different cases on point, so I could argue that they should have applied under that because it was actually in effect.
Well, I think there are two parts to that. The first is that it wouldn't constitute a moratorium because we didn't pass a moratorium, we passed an actual amendment, which is what we had to do because we already had the ability to accept data centers on. So it wasn't really a moratorium. Number two is I think it's a bit of a moot point because they're abiding by those ordinance terms in large part in this process, if not entirely in this process. So I don't think it matters substantively because what the conditions will be on this. The only issue is making sure that we cover all the health, safety, and welfare provisions that are reasonable and dealing with the conditions of record and making a determination on the use based on the ordinances.
But at this point, a memorandum, we could put that into effect, we have time to review these, then it would be legally acceptable at this time.
A moratorium? No.
No, it would not, because-
That doesn't change anything, we still have the catch-all provision. It's still there for other uses. Right now, we're talking about data centers. Let's say in the future, someone says, okay, I found out a way to create actual hover cars, we're gonna have an air racetrack around people's heads. Well, that could happen someday in the far, far future. That's not gonna be covered by technological innovation, that's gonna be covered under some new thing, but we have a catch-all provision that will say, well, as long as you put it 35 feet from everyone's property line, and you do some minimal things, go ahead and have your sky cars. That's just the way the ordinance is set up. So if we want to do a moratorium, what we'd actually have to do is we'd have to repeal our catch-all provision. You might think, well, that's great, let's do that then. The problem with that is you repeal the catch-all provision, and then you end up in a situation where people come in and hit you with curative amendments for things you never thought about in places you never intended them to go. Someone creates some sort of new business that involves using highly acidic products, and they say, look, you have no definition for this new business in the ordinance, and you don't have a catch-all provision. So I'm gonna hit you with a curative amendment. Now, we didn't prepare for that, we might have prepared for this, but not for that. Now we're stuck with that, maybe in a place where children are, maybe in a residential area. So to avoid all of that, this is, I think, the best of all worlds solution.
Had they applied under the data center ordinance, would that be different?
Had they applied under the data center ordinance, no, it wouldn't have been a moratorium, it just would have made it clearer that they were subject to those provisions. As it is, they've agreed to abide by those provisions. So again, I think it just sort of, it loops around. I don't think this is a bad faith thing in terms of applying those provisions. Okay, we should actually see if there's any other comment too. Anything else? Anything further? I don't see anything. All right. I think we can close public comment towards amenable. And then you guys have to deliberate and make a determination as to what you'd like to come out.
Okay, one question I did have was Kristen had stated that the burden of proof is on the applicant, which is what our ordinance says. Is that true, or is that, let me give you a, for instance. A few years ago, we had a development that wanted to come in town. We said no. Because they had to go through conditional approval and because what's that? Special exception, that's the word I was looking for. We turned them down, and the boards turned them down. They filed a appeal in court. The court sided with the township. They came back to the town, or they sent it back to the township. The township took no further testimony and said no. So they appealed to the court again, only they went up one step more. It actually ended up in the state superior court, or state supreme court. And what the judge said was that we violated, that the burden of proof switched from the township, or I'm sorry, the burden of proof switched to the township. And that's the way that should have been interpreted. Are we under that?
Yeah, so let me talk to you a little bit about that burden of proof. So, real quick, there are multiple different types of permits that you can see. I want to just do a little education here real quick for the public. You can have a use that's permitted by right, which means all you have to do is you have to file it with the zoning officer, get your permit, and your essential goods as long as you meet whatever the requirements are under the zoning ordinance. you have what's called a special exception, which means it's permitted by right, but there are some additional steps. If you meet those additional steps, then once you meet that, the burden shifts from the applicant to anyone who's objected, okay? And then you have a conditional use, which is just like, the standard is the same as a special exception, where you set up certain standards, you say, here's what you need to meet in order to have this use, okay? And if they meet that, they meet those requirements, then you have, the burden is then on an objector or on the municipality to show how those requirements were not met. And in this particular case, there are some additional components to that, because it does allow you under the ordinance to set additional terms that you would require for public health, safety, and welfare, but that doesn't mean reject, that means set additional terms.
Right.
And I will point out that if you set additional terms on a land use application that prevent the land use while approving it, okay? Then you're gonna create an appeal right in the applicant. You might very well end up having the applicant prevail on that potentially. So you can never create a scenario where the applicant can't comply with the law. Because